All
Hello
right.
and welcome to the fifth Duel Series tournament. This is going to be rock, paper, scissors, and it's our first time doing it. I am one of your two hosts, Warm, and together I have introduce yourself.
It's me. I'm Force Nail. I'll be the
Force
second
now.
co-host. I'll be the our co-host here to this Duel Series competition, and we're just excited here to have a good time. We've been spending a lot of time practicing, training.
That we have a lot of really strong contenders out here. Soon we'll have the bracket up on screen. I don't know quite when. We're working on it. But you're going to see a lot of familiar names if you're familiar with the rock, paper, scissors scene, and if you're familiar with Duel Series. Oh, and there we have it. Like I said, a lot of really strong contenders out here today. We've got people who've put in the work. Every single one of the people in this tournament today is a serious rock, paper, scissors warrior.
And we don't just take their word for it. We don't just take the articles for it. We actually go through a bit of a vetting process. There were some pre-tryouts before we got to this point, and we just really want you guys to appreciate how much work these fighters have put into this.
Yeah, before we even start, we'd love if you could give a hand to your fighters today.
Yeah, so you might come down to some parts where you think like, oh, that's a rookie mistake. And let me tell you, these people, they're thinking on a higher level. They've been working through this for pretty much most of their lives. So when it comes to this game, like we really hope that you appreciate don't think that like this was an easy loss or an easy win. Anyone could be in their shoes and they'd be torn apart.
Absolutely. Rock, paper, scissors is a game that a lot of people underestimate. Uh, you know, I've heard a lot of people, and this is something a lot of people who are new to the game or who haven't put their own skin in, who haven't given it a try themselves, will say. They'll say rock, paper, scissors is random. They'll say it's a random
Yes,
game.
yes, a lot of people always say random. It
Absolutely.
and
But
it's an
that's
easy
not the case.
intuition to make, like just like it seems a bit random sometimes when you play it.
Right. Three options. You don't know what the other person's going to pick. You don't know what's going to win. You just throw one out. And what happens, happens. But that's wrong. Rock, paper, scissors isn't a random game. Both players are making decisions, and that means it's non random. Some people say it's arbitrary too. Have you heard that?
Yeah, I've heard that a lot of times. I mean, mostly
Yeah.
from losers, if I'm being perfectly honest.
It's a very common loser mindset to call a game arbitrary, to call a game random. Some people will see that it's non random, but then they'll claim that it's arbitrary. But rock, paper, scissors isn't arbitrary. Arbitrary decisions are not made in this game. Generally, we'll get to
See,
exceptions later on when we deal with some of our more modern or non traditional
yes,
players.
there's a bit of a sweeping thing in the community. So we're gonna see a few interesting plays that might not seem very, it might shake up what you expect because we have this sort of classic style of rock paper scissors where we think you know plan execution. Okay,
Right,
and it
right.
seems like we are ready for the next for the first the first competition here.
Dino Tits versus Fish. I don't actually know a lot about these competitors yet. I'm looking forward to finding out what they have to show us.
Yes, we've got a lot of people who are a little bit well known, and a few people that we're trying to research still. So
Yeah,
we
some
might
dark
have
horses.
some wanderers here to try to sweep the whole tournament. Some real pros.
Right. And
All right.
earlier you were talking about traditional play, and we're going to see a lot of new stuff here. Rock, paper, scissors is a very, very old game. Originated in China, from what I understand. But a lot of that traditional play is being upended in modern brackets and modern tourney play. We have a lot of inventive players, and some of them have made it here to the Duel Series tournament. So we're going to
Yeah,
see.
we're really glad to have them here.
Now, there's going to be a slight delay on getting the results of some of these first games. We're working out the kinks, but don't you run away. Don't walk away. We've got action for you,
So
and it's coming soon.
there's some people who aren't really competitive players. They might not have a good intuition on how rock paper scissors works. But if you've
Mhm.
ever played Fire Emblem, it's probably the easiest way to explain it. You
Right,
know how like
right.
in Fire Emblem you have spears, axes, and swords, lancers, swords, and axes, and how they seem to like foil each other in a cyclical way.
Right, they form a, triangular set of advantages. A cycle, you said. Great word, great usage. One beats the other, beats the other, beats the other. You have 3 outcomes. You can get a tie or a draw. Some people like to say clash in, modern rule sets. You can get a loss or you can get a win. Rock, paper,
See,
scissors is a lot similar to that, really. For
yeah,
those unfamiliar, the idea is that rock crushes scissors, scissors cuts paper, and paper smothers rock. I know that's pretty unintuitive.
yes, that
I
part's the hardest for a
Yeah,
lot of newcomers to wrap their head around.
yeah, lots of people fumble on that. Alright, I think, I'm getting word
All
from
right,
the administration that we're starting right
our
now.
players they're contemplating each other. They're getting a good sense of what kind of play they might do. These types of reads are the important part of the game.
Right.
All
Alright,
right, here we're gonna
we're
see what they're
about to
gonna
do
pull
it.
off.
The tension's rising. Oh, and a clash to start.
Ooh,
2
iconic.
scissors. Iconic starting play. You know, a lot of people aren't
See,
ready to throw out a scissors, but these are
okay.
professionals.
See, this is laying in a lot of groundwork. Everything that's gonna come down after this is gonna be played out in a completely different set than we were ready for. See, when you have double scissors at the start, it puts a lot of sort of pressure to bounce off of that. See, we're gonna see a lot of upward movement, probably moving on to rock, moving on to paper. But if some people have the patience to stand firm, sometimes they pull through a quick win. But then again, it's
Right.
like, it depends on what your players are playing with.
Lots of mind games already.
Ab-
The moment you got 2
Absolutely
scissors
deadly.
out, oh,
Ooh,
instant
ooh. See, this is tragic
dino.
because you're punished for your patience here. You stood firm, you were brave, but they knew. That's the thing. They felt you. And when it comes to
Mhm.
being known, being read, there's just no way of winning it because knowledge tops everything. Once you feel and get a vibe for your player, but it's not over yet. These kind of things, they're testing the water. They're trying to see what they do.
Yeah,
See, now we
comeback
know
absolutely in the
we
cards.
we have too much info right now. We have a clear sense that Fish is a patient player and Dino is going to be a bit aggressive. So
Right.
it really is going to come down to how they're going to shape the battlefield. They've shaped it already in the openings, but it's when they set up their counterplay, it's going to decide how how they're going to achieve their goals,
Mhm.
find their
Yeah,
plans for the rest of the game.
I'm really hoping we see a 3 symbol sequence here, and we do, and look, it
Ooh,
claims a point for
ooh,
fish.
this is incredible.
Absolutely. You
This is
said
fascinating.
patience. You said
Patience is
patience
winning
and
the day right
curiosity.
here. Patience, it takes and it gives. First it took, but if you stick with it, it pays itself back.
Yeah, I think it's a really good time to note that a lot of naive players fear same symbol sequences. Extended streaks feel wrong to the human psychology. If you have Spotify, if you've ever played around with Spotify, you might know that Spotify doesn't actually have a truly random shuffle algorithm. True randomness can feel non random. People don't want to hear the same song
Okay,
twice in a row.
w- we're getting a few haters in the chat, some scissors haters. Listen, once you fall in love, you want to tell the whole world.
And a double series
Ooh,
slash fish
ooh. See,
is patient. This is a
this,
wise guy. Dino isn't playing wrong, though. I think people need to understand that Dino is not making misplays by being
yeah,
so dynamic. Neither is Fish.
yeah. A lot of people will come in here leaning into these losses and call them mistakes, where it's like, oh, if they would have done something else, they would have won. Let's be real. So you can make the smartest move, but there's always someone smarter in the room. So these are
Right.
incredible plays from Dino. We don't want you thinking that this is like, oh, a rookie mistake. These are really high level players. They've considered all the options and the outcomes, and they take their
Mhm.
best shot. So we don't want you downplaying any of this.
Absolutely. And it's worth noting that Fish defeated the anti-streak psychology that is the downfall of so many young and upcoming players. When you suffer a loss with a repeated sequence, it is so hard to stand strong. And there we go,
Ooh,
another
ooh, you
point
see
for
this
Fish.
beautiful because it starts paying, it starts reaping. When
Mhm,
people are afraid to get read, they're afraid to be known. So when you follow through with a streak, you feel like you're conditioning, it puts a lot of pressure on the other player to do something, right? And
mhm.
that's how you keep them in your game.
Absolutely. The fear of being known, incredibly important, incredibly widespread,
See, absolutely
and a
beautiful
big part
set,
of RPS.
It took a lot of bravery, a lot of commitment, and a lot of love for the scissors meta, a lot of love for the scissors players here. We're getting some haters in the chat saying fish, saying, scissors players, we're not going to take that. Scissors is a strategy. It doesn't define the player. There's going to come a moment where you're going to wish you had a pair of scissors on your hands.
Right, and we're
So we don't
actually
want
at
you
a game match now too, and that's because of scissors.
So I don't want you throwing out the baby with the bathwater here. Remember, scissors, anyone can play. You don't have to be a scissors player. And if you know a scissors player, if you know someone who's only scissors, don't stop with the hate. The community's bigger than that.
It takes 3 different roles to make rock, paper, scissors. It's
See,
rock, paper, scissors. It's not rock, paper. It's not rock, paper, paper. It's rock, paper, scissors. Depending on your region, it might be a little different. I understand that some people call it Rochambeau. The point's the same. Maybe you're UK, scissors, paper, stone. Nonetheless, scissors is present, and
true,
scissors
true.
is vital.
See, a lot of people,
Mm,
sometimes in the olden days, I think they would call them shears. I feel like
yeah,
that's a little inappropriate because, like, we have paper. We wouldn't be shears.
right.
So I always feel like that's a little off if you ask me. Okay, we're seeing some advancement here in the bracket. We've
hmm
got fish moving up. We're moving on to our next game here.
Right. Next game, if I'm understanding correctly, the movement of the bracket will be seeing Boopy versus Karo. Karo karaoke.
That's right. That's right. We've got Boopy versus Karo. We're going to see how this plays out. They've been
hmm
planning their strategies. They're cooking them in the back burner, and
Another set of players that I have not seen in tourney play for rock paper scissors before.
every move here has a lot of deliberation to it. We don't want you to think our players are reckless. There's a lot of planning involved in this, and we always need you guys to appreciate the amount of effort this takes. A lot of mental willpower, a lot of mental fortitude. We've had Karo here planning. They're applauding each other, reading each other. They've probably researched each other a lot too.
Absolutely. A big, big part. Honestly, calling it big might be an understatement. A key part of rock paper scissors, maybe even a core aspect of rock paper scissors, is the
See,
mind games. It's understanding and profiling your
we're
opponent.
we're still getting some scissors hate in the chat. I mean, we really don't appreciate that. We're an open community who loves and appreciates any type of rock paper scissors player. Just to keep the we gotta stick together here. At the end of the day, it's just a game.
Yeah,
You gotta love the
absolutely.
game. So if I remember right, I'm pretty sure that Karo is quite an aggressive player. They've torn up challengers before. They've played very hard and very rough.
Mhm.
And they're very precise in their choices, very clean, easy kills. So,
I think it's
this might
actually
be
worth noting,
a bit of an
you
uphill
know,
battle if you're asking me, to be honest.
absolutely. That's very worth noting. And additionally, I realized we should probably let all of our viewers know, though they may have noticed already, if they're familiar with rule sets of these sorts of tourneys, we're actually playing under Circle of Iron regulations. Would you mind explaining to the audience
That's
Circle of Iron?
true. So, uh, there's a lot of various ways of setting up your rule sets for playing. A lot of like traditional ways of playing would involve like reading body language, knowing the kind of like being able to see the hands, see the pacing, see the timing. But in Circle of Iron, the players have to be blindfolded before they're set into the battle, and that's the format that we have to set up here today. So these Circle of Iron players, it takes a lot more bravery and commitment to your strategy than it would otherwise, because instead of reading on the spot, you have to be pre-planned. You have to read them far in advance, and
Absolutely.
not just read them, but have faith and commit to your ideas. It's easy to be shaken in the middle of a round with this. So,
Mm.
we might be seeing a little bit of some variance, a little bit of, deviation from plans, a lot of quick switches. And that's because of all the pressure put on here.
Absolutely. Yeah, typical RPS has a lot more elements at play. Like you said, body language, facial expressions, all powerful keys to unlocking your opponent's playbook. Being blind in this very literal sense here, it changes the game.
We're getting some reads here saying that we've got a paper player. We've got some a bit of caution saying it could be paper bait. So you always
Mhm.
got to be on the lookout. You know, you
Yeah,
might
we'll
have a
have to
read, but
see.
is your read a read or is it a setup from the
Oh.
opponent? Ooh, looks like it was, clean cut. You going for an aggressive strategy. You're bound to if you have a few, you know,
Mm.
overstretching a bit of overreach there. But it's not. This is just setting up, testing the waters, and maybe they're taking a few punches here. They might be trying to bear through that and push the aggression through anyway. So we never know how this might play out.
Absolutely, and,
But it was a
I
beautiful catch by Boopy, a beautiful catch.
you're so right, and I'd like to address this, for a lot of viewers, for a lot of people new to the game, Rock is looked down on. I know we actually have some competitors in this tournament today, and this is in no way speaking ill of their views, but they're very vocal anti-Rock players, especially as an opening. Rock as an opening is traditionally weak. Uh,
Ooh, and a deadly cut through. We've got another catch
yeah,
for the perfectly lined up. Beautiful.
unfortunate. But
This
I do want to say that while traditionally weak, and while we did see it lose here, Rock is not a loser's hand.
true,
Rock is
true.
strong. It's
Very
just a matter of outplays.
see, yeah, it's like we have some real winners here. You might think I'd never make a rookie mistake like this. I would have shifted off my strategy. I would have been an impatient player. But Carol here, they're staying strong, they're staying committed. And bravery is a huge part of the game here. So, just because they were outplayed, it doesn't mean that they played wrong. Sometimes the best move in the game isn't enough.
Absolutely. Every player here is doing their darndest to win. They are giving it everything.
And
Hours, hours, days, maybe even years of practice.
and that's
Everyone here is elite.
and that's truly iconic when it comes to the Circle of Iron style. You always see this type of commitment, this type of absolutely dedicated attitude. And honestly, it's a bit violent. You do see a little bit of that violence, and it puts a lot of players off.
Yeah,
But
it's bloodthirsty.
but we're still seeing some clean games. People are still moving through. We have
Mhm.
Boopy moving up in the rankings here. Uh, and we're just excited to see how it's going to play out, what their path is going to look like. Will they be put a stop to? Was this a little bit of them, rushing through, or are they made of the real stuff?
Absolutely. We have
So
someone in chat, Theo Sengar. I may be saying that wrong, but he's saying he's heard that Quantum is also a strong paper player. We'll have to see whether that turns out to be true as Quantum goes up against Unknown Tech 21 in our
true,
next match.
true. See, a lot of paper players, they don't choose to be paper players; they're made paper players. A lot of people, they're
Absolutely.
molded by their experience. So
Mm,
we're really interested to see what they're going to bring through here.
absolutely.
So here up in the next round, it's going to be Quantum versus Unknown Tech 21. And a lot of people, they think, oh, this is going to be a paper player, so they're going to play paper. That's always part of it. Is that a little bit of having love, a little bit of knowing your role is to be, willing to switch up and play out your different tools. Yeah, it might not seem like a paper player thing to do, but it's very much, part of your role to be able to catch any move they make.
Yeah,
Rock paper
absolutely.
rock mashup, tough. It's a tough one. It is very much a
Oh,
tough one.
absolutely. We have Theo Sengar in the chat asking us about the paper rock matchup for those who don't
I
have the chat
Okay,
open.
so we're seeing a bit of we're seeing some spitting here in chat. We're seeing some speculations here. We have someone saying paper has been seen as a support type play rather than the tankness of the rock or the lethality of a scissors player. You see, this is the kind of thing where people start playing off their intuitions. People get
Mm,
defined by the aesthetics of the game and not really the experience of the game. Where when people have been playing this game for so long and seeing the different plays out, it changes the way you perceive it. Because, and I don't want to play it as if the iconography isn't significant, but you really have to be a bit more open-minded.
right. Yeah. We've got an admin letting us know that Quantum's currently offline. He has 3 minutes to respond, or else he will be disqualified. But we do have Theo Sengar saying that he will reach out to Quantum.
Okay.
I actually wanted to uh, kind of run off what you were saying in regards to one of our commentators remarking about the support, tankiness, or lethality of the different roles. We talked a bit about the game before. Oh, actually, I'll cut that short. I'll cut that thought, put a pin on it there. We're actually moving on to Warm versus Sumi. I
And
am actually Warm, so I'll
y-
be playing this next match.
all right, so this is gonna be fascinating. We all know that Worm here is very educated, very skilled here in the game.
Thank you,
But
thank you.
Sumi, that's gonna be a tough fight. This is gonna be a tough fight, and I'm really hoping for
Absolutely,
the best. I'm hoping for the best of both of them. But at the end of the day, there can only be one. And
absolutely.
and we want you guys to show some love here because it is not easy to get to where they've gotten. And you might think like, you might forget the losers, but the losers here, they've probably done the most. They've probably worked the hardest.
And
And
they're gonna come
sometimes
back stronger too.
that's true. They're always going to come back stronger. That there is a thing called winning too much. And you're going to wish you were the loser sometimes when you see what these people are capable of. All
Yeah.
right. Seems like
Regionally, I'm actually quite separated from Sumi in local play. I've never actually had the pleasure of fighting him at a local. So this is going to be quite exciting for me. Still
yes,
not a local, still over the internet here,
we're
but
bringing a lot of
I'm really thrilled.
that's what we love to see here is that we're like some variant styles coming together and clashing where sometimes you might think that it might make a little bit of difference that it's a universal game, but the reality is that people bring their own flavor, so it's always important to see these different combat styles come together and meet up in the ring. And you
Yeah,
might
and we've got East and West Coast styles represented here today. I do have a little bit of skin in the game. I do
yes, we've got
have some West Coast that I've got to represent. I don't want to lose here, but these styles are both very strong. I can't say that I'll take it too hard if I lose. I mean, of course I want to
yeah.
win here, but
if
it's a worthy opponent that I'm going against
if
here,
we
and
knew
I've
who
got all
could
the
win
respect in the
in a
world.
West Coast versus East Coast match, then either side would have been settled a long time ago. The fact that the battle is still open just shows just how much of an open set this is going to be. We
Couldn't
never
have
know how
said
it's
it
going to
better
play out.
myself.
So we've got Worm here. He's bringing his West Coast style here. We've got bringing up against Sumi, a very strong player, very close East Coast style here, and they're deliberating. They're planning here. These people know each other very well. They're very popular, so it's hard to miss each other. So when it comes to them, planning out their moves, it's they have a lot to work with here. They have a lot of material to play off of. Can't rush
Right.
perfection. That couldn't say it better myself.
Hmm. Okay.
Ooh, fascinating. Ooh. Okay, so now I am going to be a little bit cheesy here. I want you to tell me what was running through your head with this set. And you might
All
think,
right.
Sumi, he might be listening in. He might stream snipe you. Well, that's a risk I'm willing to take for you. I'm willing to risk your reputation.
And I really respect that. I mean, this is what it takes to be a commentator in the sport of rock, paper, scissors. Now, I want to be clear here. Sumi, I was sweating. When I was making this call, I was sweating because I know that East Coast play is nothing to mess with. We spoke about it previously. You never know whether East or West Coast is going to come out on top. But you asked me what was going through my head. I just told you what was coming out of my pits here. Uh, what was going through my head is that Sumi is a non traditional player. He is
Yes,
off
true.
meta, he's modern, he's going for plays that throw people off.
And
And so I
not
said, that's rock on first hand. I'm going paper.
not only does Sumi like to
Mm.
break tradition, he also likes to break the system. Ooh, beautiful. We've got some. I want to call this a read. I want to call this a read because we have this firm commitment from Warm, and then the follow up tracking with Sumi. I think he might be messing with you. I really do. I think that he's
Honestly,
he's
maybe.
feeling you out. And Sumi, he might be stream sniping here. He might be reading in here, hearing what Worm's play is. I want to hear from you, Worm. I want you just straight up give him the material. Are you being aggressive? Are you trying to be
I
aggressive here?
I am playing defensive. And what do you
Interesting.
always say about defensive play? I want to hear it
I've
from you.
All right, a lot of skill players here learning here. You got to write this down. Defense is the way to go. There's no way other than defense. Write this down. Defense is number one. Defense is everything. Okay.
And there we go.
Ooh, see, oh, beautiful. That
Zumi was
commitment,
a good match.
that commitment paid off. Some people might have, that pressure was strong. A lot of strong pressure. We felt that heat, that fire coming off of Sumi. And when it comes to paper hands, you might feel like you might get burnt. You might feel like you're Tinder. You might feel like you might get cooked. But if you power through with some bravery, sometimes it shows you paper's fireproof. You can wrap around anything.
Absolutely.
See,
Absolutely.
we have a lot of
Except for
incredulous
scissors.
players here. People are mind blown. Sumi is not a loser. So seeing a Sumi loss is incredible to a lot of people here. But
Right.
I just want to remind everyone, we have some of the best players in the field here, and we don't want you thinking Sumi is taking an L here. Sometimes the best move is not enough. So, Sumi here, he as far as we know, he could have been playing the best move, and just the situation wasn't right. Warm, maybe had a clean cut through it. So we don't
And
want you guys thinking that this was an L take.
as an
Common Sumi
announcer
L,
and a
painful to
player,
read.
yeah, painful to read, disrespectful. I'd like to make it clear, as an announcer, you're getting my bias, you're getting my story. I have all the respect in the world for every single player in this bracket. Sumi had me sweating. A single misplay, and I would have been down for the count. And I'd like to be clear, Sumi did not mess up. He stuck to a clear game plan, and he had me on the ropes the entire time. Sumi is an incredible player, and he's going to walk away from this match a stronger man and a stronger player.
See, sometimes losers are the real winners.
Absolutely. Yep. And we have a loser's bracket. For those of you watching who aren't familiar, a loser's bracket allows those who have taken one loss in the winner's bracket to continue fighting and to work their way back up and potentially take the tournament.
And there were going to be some strong players coming out of the losers bracket. They've had a little bit more of a taste. They've been having a little bit more of scanning, testing the waters, and moving across their players. So when they come back, they will be stronger than ever when they move back into the bracket. So you got to be on your toes for this losers bracket here. We don't want you playing it off.
Absolutely. It looks like admin has made their call. Quantum's time will be extended. He will not be disqualified as long as he comes back in time for Remed's match on the second round.
Okay, so he's got 2 more rounds of time to take up. Is that what you're saying here?
It looks to be the case, yeah.
Okay, beautiful, beautiful. And I want to remind people, Sumi, he's a comeback king. He's taken punches before and hit back stronger. So I don't want you guys thinking that he's been set down, that he's going to be washed out this early on. He could come back any day. He's done it before, and he'll do it a million times later. But if it'll happen this time, that's what we're here to see. You better stay tuned for this.
If anybody has even the slightest doubt that every player here is an absolute monster in the ring, just take a look at chat. There's a little bit of hate in there, but you see the surprise, the sheer shock that some of our commenters have in terms of the Sumi loss. This wasn't a clear outcome. It could have gone either way. I may not even make it much further in the winner's bracket. These are incredibly skilled rock, paper, scissors players. He very well could sweep from here on out. He takes the lesson and he moves forward. That's what separates the chaff from the cream of the crop.
True. You know what separates the best from the rest? Mindset. Remember that. Mindset separates the best from the rest.
Absolutely. Every day, every night, mindset. Always to the top.
All
You
right. I
know?
just want to give proper
Mhm.
props to this comment here. Arguth says Quantum is both here and absent. Quite, that's
That's
playing into
funny.
the name there. Beautiful,
Yeah.
beautiful.
Reference to quantum
You know,
physics, right?
I might get a demerit for this. I might get written up for this, but I think I'm going to break some rules here and give you some proper ovation for that comment there.
We
So,
love to hear it. I don't think
you know,
anybody is going to give you a demerit for that.
it's a lot of personal risk here.
Absolutely. But, we make calls. It's just like rock, paper, scissors.
It's just like rock paper scissors.
Mhm.
See, some people who they haven't played a lot of rock paper scissors, they don't make a lot of calls in their life,
Mhm.
and
Absolutely.
they let other people make the choices. They let other people do the work because they want to. They saying I don't know enough about it. I'm not sure enough about myself to do this. You play enough rock paper scissors, that'll change your mind.
Right. And we're actually starting winners round 2. We've got Luck Daddy Duck versus Fish. Now, Luck Daddy Duck was seated higher up in the bracket because of his incredible performance in our previous tournament for Duck Game. So Fish fought his way up here with good old rock paper scissors. It's going to come down to skill, as usual. Every match, it's going to come down to skill. But we do have to wonder, will fatigue
Yes, Fish has played
be
out some
set
of
in?
his better moves.
Right. And he had
It's
a
hard to
very
know
tough
if
match.
it's hard to know if his mind can keep up. It does wear on your mind. You get drained as you go. So we've got a fresh fighter here, and someone who's primed up. Maybe him being primed up will make him win. Maybe being a
Right.
bit worn out, can keep him, well heated, make him ready for more.
Yeah, you just don't
It's
know.
and that's the thing about the game is that not knowing is part of knowing.
Absolutely. Every time.
So, from what I know about Luck Daddy Duck here, Luck Daddy Duck wants to win. And winning isn't everything, but wanting it is. Wanting to win, that changes everything. All of that commitment, dedication, wanting it does a lot. You got to keep that in mind.
Absolutely. Winner's mindset. Now, admin has let us know there's a technical delay going on, but we're going to keep on commentating. Excuse me. We're going to keep on
Yes.
going. Um,
So just to
now,
clarify, so when I'm saying that winning isn't everything, a winner is motivated by a desire to achieve, not by a desire to beat others, right?
right.
And that distinction there is very important because it ties your ego in. And when you have your ego at stake, the other player can play off it. We've got a pretty
Mm,
strong play here. They're still testing the waters here. They still have a lot of potential to shake up where they go off of this. But this this is quite an opening here. Beautiful. We've got a
right.
rock on scissors. This is stumping me. I'll be honest. There's a lot of ways this could have played out, and a lot of
Yeah,
ways for
I'm
this to go.
I'm very impressed. We spoke about it earlier that we have a lot of very modern, non-traditionalist players, and here we have a really clear showing of that. Luck, Daddy Duck, is a non-traditionalist. Rock in the
Yes.
first round is usually one of the first things to be drilled out of a player
Yes.
training to be an expert.
Yeah, one of the first things that like when you're being taught, you get pushed out of it.
Absolutely, but it's for that
But,
exact same reason that it is such a wild move to make and can be such a game changer. But here,
oh, now this
punish for
is
the patience.
incredible. This is incredible here. So we have Fish moving off of scissors, and it perfectly lining up to Luck Daddy's commitment. Doubling down, staying strong. That bravery to double down. You know, Sometimes knowing is more than the bravery. Sometimes knowing is stronger. This was a really tough play here, and
Absolutely.
it really comes down here. We got 1-1. This next one's going to decide it.
Hmm.
There's a lot of pressure on both of these players. This is incredible.
Yeah, experienced players know this. It's demonstrably true. The naive player leads with rock more often than a third of the time, which you'd
Yes,
expect
it's
every hand to be thrown out a third of the time.
very
It's
young player move.
right. It's an old heuristic that loser leads with rock, but I want to be clear, that's not how it is anymore. That is not the modern game set. You
True, true.
saw that Luck Daddy
See,
Duck claimed that first point. We are in a match game right now.
see,
Like it could
a,
go either way.
a lot of old they're gonna be mad at this. A lot of old heads are mad at this one because they want
Mhm.
things to be like they were taught. They think they know how the system works. But the thing is, the world around you, they are playing rock, paper, scissors too, and they're cooking.
Mm. This is
Ooh,
unfortunate. The
ooh,
anti-streak psychology
this
may have set in here for
this
Luck Daddy
is
Duck, but it's a clean win for Fish, and
this
I don't think it was a wrong move.
this is what we're saying here in the opening, where people try to, it's counterintuitive to commit to a streak. It takes a lot of bravery, a lot of commitment. It's very counterintuitive to commit a streak, and you want to trick your opponent at the end of the day. So you always feel that temptation to break off your streak, and here we see that pressure was too much.
Right. But again, it wasn't a mistake per se. It was an alternate way
Exactly.
of playing. Especially, we said it before, non-traditionalist players, they're having to explore. The committed play, the sticking to the same symbol sequence, that was
Yes.
a strong play and remains a strong play for traditionalist players. But
Yeah.
now we're seeing people try to switch it up. Sometimes it just blows the current meta out of the water. Sometimes we see what we saw today and it falls apart.
See, if you had seen the types of wins that Luck Daddy had to make to get here, you would have a lot more respect for what this played out here. We don't want
Mm,
you thinking, oh, this is just some like, you're just playing off what you were taught, and some people outplaying you one way or the other. They're making some pretty good moves. Those are good moves. A lot of us in their shoes probably would have done the same thing.
absolutely. And I put a pin on this earlier. I'm going to go back to a comment we saw earlier in regards to the roles of each hand, because I think this is an important thing to touch on. Oh, we're going into Fui versus Mine Cannon. Mine Cannon, very aggressive player, traditionally.
Yes, very
Um,
aggressive. And I've always said every single chance I've had to say is that aggression is everything. Offense is everything. I need you guys to write this
absolutely.
down. You
Take
have to
notes.
commit to offense. You bravery, commitment, all of that, you know, it's harder to be taken advantage of if you're always moving forward and always taking. It's harder for the opponent to play off of you because when you're playing defensive, you're being read. You're being easy.
Absolutely.
And knowing is everything. It doesn't matter how strong you're defensive. If they have that knowledge, it's clear. It's nothing. So defense is nothing. Remember, forever, write this down if you're trying to learn. Offense is everything. Oh,
Offense
and
is
here we're seeing it play
everything.
out. Cannon, really strong offensive player, and here they are cutting through the battle here.
Absolutely. The non-traditional rock opening, again,
See,
gaining a point.
this old heads are mad right now. Old heads are mad. They were taught, don't play rock out of the opening. It's too easy. It's too easy. But it's not like they're playing in the past. 2 or 3 years ago even. That you could have committed to some lessons there and won a lot of games. Now the field is a lot more open. The community isn't shifting. We have some branches out here, some real shifts. So it's like,
Absolutely.
if old heads really got out there and started playing, they would see that it's not the way it used to be. What you were
And
taught is not enough.
and it's not to say that the old heads are always wrong or that the traditionalist players are weaker. They're just being disrupted. They're experiencing a new type of competition. Fui is a traditional player with the scissors to begin. Ooh, but they both
Ooh,
committed,
ooh. See,
and
this
we
is
see a
that.
mine cannon victory.
Ooh, see, aggressive play all the way through. See, it's iconic there. Offense, you got to write it down. Offense is everything. Never play defense. I'd go so far as to say never play
Absolutely.
defense.
Yeah, never play defense. You always want to go all in on offense. If you catch a point, you've progressed. If you get a tie, if you clash, you only get another round.
And I've said
So
this
we
my
see
whole life.
Mine Cannon move forward to go on to the third round. He'll be placing
See,
against
they'll be playing
Fish.
up against Fish. This is going to be a tough match.
Absolutely tough match.
I I would not want to be in their shoes right now. That's some hot water. That's gonna be a
Absolutely.
real
It's going
tough
to be
one.
very tough. And next we've got Quadile versus Boopy. Quadile, just like Fooey and Lucky Daddy Duck, seeded higher due to performance in the previous Duck Game tournament. So we're going to be seeing some interesting plays. Again, fatigue might come in. We don't know how this is going to play out. Now, I put a pin on the thought earlier, and I want to get back to it. We had a commenter who stated that there are different roles for the different hands. Now, this gets into human psychology, and this actually relates back to Rock being such a common hand for beginner naive players to throw. Rock psychologically has links to the strength, to winning, to dominating, crushes the scissors. It's not intuitive that paper necessarily beats Rock for those uninitiated. People think Rock. Rock is the first of the three hands to be said in the traditional name for the game. Rock, paper, scissors. It is easy to clench your fist. It is natural to clench your fist. Rock comes out. Human psychology is not random. Behaviors are not necessarily predictable, but they can be more likely to occur than chance would dictate.
And I just want to remind everyone here that we're playing with the iron circle system, that it changes the way that you would instinctually react with Rock because of the pacing and the timing and what you see. Here we're seeing some pretty incredible plays here. This is actually a little bit out of left field, if I'm being honest.
Yeah, I'm really shocked that we're seeing so much of the early Rock play. This may be the start of a new meta, at least out here in our area.
I really I don't want to have to lean into this because, we've seen this type of thing before where Rock makes a comeback in the community. Rock makes a big splash, but then the players, they start cooking. They get smart and they develop counterplays. So they always cook. When people start disrupting things, they go back to the books. They hit the drawing boards. So I don't want to be too confident saying it's going to be a big shift. But you always got to stay on your toes.
You're right. I may have gotten ahead of myself, but I don't want to back off. I think it's possible. It's possible. And we see Boopy clinch the win against the paper.
Absolutely deadly. See, Boopy was worried here because their stamina was low. They had been playing a lot of rounds. They're worn on the mind. I think it sharpened them. I think it really put them on edge, and it really had that adrenaline going. And when your mind is working faster, sometimes you make smarter moves.
Right, and it's crazy because we're now 1-1. Each has taken, and I don't know what's gonna happen next.
And see, it's just like I've always said. It's like these smarter moves. They take a lot they drain you a lot, but they really do win these games when you're playing smart, when you're playing smooth.
Yeah, with Boopy moving on with the non-traditional plays, like anything's open. The world is open. From now on, this bracket's going to be crazy. 0-2, a clean win, but again, no disrespect to Quadile.
True. They played a really strong match. They earned a lot of their wins here, and they gave a lot to get here.
Right.
They spit a lot to get here.
Again, a lot of people think these outcomes are random. Everyone who doesn't get their skin in the game thinks we're looking at a 1 in 3 chance for any hand to be thrown. But this is not an arbitrary game. RPS is not arbitrary. The goal is to build a mental model of your opponent in order to try and predict their actions, and that's what we're seeing here. These short form matches might not be revealing just how much play is going on, but as we move into the higher level rounds, we're going to see extended runs, and we're going to see a lot more mental play. It's going to get very interesting.
This is where the Shakers are going to come in here with their new designs here, where they're breaking up the meta. They're changing the way things have been played, where, randomness, this is not a random game. And when you've been training, you've been setting yourself up to read your opponent. You might be, we have a lot of haters when it comes to random players. But
absolutely,
there's a difference between a random player who isn't choosing and isn't being here, isn't committed, and the random players who are made that through experience. Because there's some random players out here who know when to be random, who know when to keep their opponent from reading them. All right,
And
so
we're about
Gumshoe's
to see
here.
Chicago Ted versus Gumshoes. Gumshoes, actually a very new player on the scene, impressive game IQ, and that's why we see him come out with the non-traditional play. Not because he
This
is
is
new, but because of his high game IQ.
See, this is some strong plays here, dude. We were getting some clashes, really strong, really aggressive. See, that's what's interesting is when you have aggressive on aggressive. Some people even say that Rock can be defensive, but you know, aggression is strong.
Write it down if you've never played before, if you're trying to get good at this game. Aggression is key. Never defensive,
No,
always
no, okay.
aggression.
So I gotta push back on this a little bit because
Yeah?
these new players, they you know, it might be a bit of an old head mentality to say that you have to play smart on stupid, right? Some
Mmm,
people say you got to play smart on stupid. Knowledge and smart are not the same thing, and knowledge wins games. Oh,
absolutely.
ooh, standing firm here. We're starting up a streak here on Gumshoes committing to the rock, but
Right.
you know it's that shifting off of stone. You know, maybe they're caving to the pressure, maybe they're reading their opponent. They got to win off of it, but we have to see. It really comes down to how it's going to play out because Gumshoes could lose this next one. And it's not going to be because he's playing bad. It's going to be because it takes a lot of clever moves to get to this point.
Absolutely. I had the supreme pleasure of playing against Gumshoes in some of his first professional matches, and he is not one to be underestimated. I think we're seeing that right here
Ooh,
with
ooh.
his third rock, a same symbol sequence, 3 in a row rock. He is not
So
one to be messed with. He
I
is not one to be underestimated.
there's a big question here because you do feel this commitment. You have this big read on your opponent here, but they still clashed. And it just makes you wonder, are they playing with each other here? Is this are they getting into each other? Are they doing this deliberately, you know, to get into each other's head? Is this conditioning? Or do you think that this might just be, you know, playing by the books?
You know, I can only
Would you
say it
consider,
has to be conditioning. I don't think
you know, with
either of these players are going to play by the books, and we saw that when they both threw out rock.
that's
Oh,
fascinating.
oh my goodness.
Ooh, this
Wow.
isn't a beautiful play where you see it's just a clean, open strategy here. Gumshoes, you know, setting up the commitment, setting up the conditioning, and then getting the payoff. You see, some people they don't go for the payoff.
Absolutely. He was not afraid to maintain that streak. We are not seeing fear that moved him out of rock. We are seeing confidence and conditioning. This is why I say Gumshoes is one of the most
And,
impressive newcomers on the scene. No disrespect to Chicago Ted.
and
Chicago is a classic player who's been adapting incredibly well to the new game. But sometimes we just see some incredible moves.
oh,
This
oh,
is
now
wild.
this is wild. I have to say I don't think I've ever seen anything this intense in my life. They're so
Yeah.
intertwined. I think that they're linking. I really do. I think that they both have adapted their plans so thoroughly as to link. Now, this might be a tough one because the first person to break the link, you know, they might get some advantages, but you know, it's easy to come off as the weaker player when you do that. So this is going to be a
Absolutely.
big. It's really scary. This next move. A lot of
And
pressure on this
Gumshoes
next move.
having already played a 3 rock sequence, Chicago priming up for a potential 3 paper sequence. Are we going to see 2 sets of 3 within the same round? We just don't know.
And this is what rewards you for breaking the books there. You know, we have two people, they've been breaking the rules here. They've been breaking what's been taught because they're
Oh
trying to set
my.
that new path. And this is what the reward is. Ooh, see this is beautiful. They had a tough fight here, a beautiful match. I'm just completely mind blown, I'll be honest. I don't know if I
I'm
can go back to
floored.
my strategies after this.
I think this might have been the most intense match we've seen so
I
far.
I could not have seen this working out the way it did. You know,
Yeah, me neither.
I think I'm going to change up the way I play. I really do.
This is the reason we still show up to
And
these events, isn't that right? It's the
that's true, and
surprises never stop coming. People
and
continue to innovate, people continue to excite.
it's like, you know, you always got to be working on your own strategy when you're seeing these matches. You got to consider how you would play. You know, in these shoes, it's, you know, these are some smart plays, some genius moves. A lot of us would have done the same in their shoes, and it just shows you why you always got to be training on this, because it's almost for self-defense. You have to be willing to adapt your strategy from these plays for your own well-being. And it's like,
Absolutely.
you know, this self-defense, this commitment, it's like I've always said, defense is everything. Without it, you're gonna lose. People lose
Absolutely.
matches because they just don't have any defense.
If
They're
you're a new
open.
player listening right now,
Yeah, you know,
write
you
that
you
down.
you
Defense
have
is
to write this
everything.
down. Defense is
Absolutely.
everything. If you don't have anything, you're just open. They'll tear you apart, and it's
Mm.
it's it's tempting to try to take it when you get it. But that's just,
I'm
you know,
going to interrupt
you're
real
playing into
quick.
a classic
Admin
mistake.
is notifying us that Quantum will be disqualified due to a no-show. Unknown Tech will be moving forward. This next round, Remed and Unknown Tech. Now,
See,
Remed is a player worth talking about. Remed is the definition of modern competitors. Now, I actually alluded to the fact we'd be seeing exceptions to the non-random RPS play, and Remed is that exception. Just before this tournament happened, I personally witnessed him inputting text strings into a ternary converter to develop input sequences that were random, that did not involve human emotion,
and
human intuition.
and a lot of people here, a lot of old heads are going to be mad. They're going to be mad. They say random players, they don't deserve to win. They didn't earn their wins. Listen, it takes a lot of bravery to be random. It takes a lot of knowledge to know when to be random. And Remed here, this is the epitome. This is they're one of the best random players here. And they don't
Win
do
or
it just based
lose,
on,
he's
they're not just
pushing the meta
lucky.
forward.
They're not just lucky. You can look at the stat tables on him. He is skilled. This is not just luck. This is
Absolutely.
skilled.
Oh, and we
Ooh,
see Remed remarking in chat he's going to be releasing some of his tourney notes after for players to analyze.
that's
This is
you
what
know,
I'm
that's
talking about when I say
beautiful
he's going
there.
to push the meta forward,
The
win or
this
lose.
this is the type of thing you can expect from the community. They're always out there willing to contribute. You know, this is a strong community for rock paper scissors, and you know,
Hmm.
this isn't just like for the American scene. This isn't just, you know, for the national scene. This is all around the world.
Absolutely. And you
So
know what? We're seeing what you said earlier about winners being driven to succeed in full show. He is not here just to win. He is here to explore.
this this is getting interesting, where it's like, depending
Absolutely.
on how much Remed has his hands on the wheels here, how much he's had this pre-planned here, it might even be the divine mandate. And a lot of people might be mad at this one. We're not allowed to talk about divine mandate here. A lot of old heads, they like it. They like knowing that they win for a reason. Some people, they like to take too much credit on their own. And I think what we're seeing here is a sign. I'm just gonna say that.
You know, had you said that just a match before, just a tournament before, really, I
And
might have disagreed with you. I might have picked a fight with you right here
I
on the commentator stand. But I've learned to
see.
understand that the divine mandate is
I
dead.
know. I know we've been fighting here a lot. We've been, you know, of course, you know, there's classic training. You know, you iconic things to say. You know, you don't open with rock. You fight on the divine mandate. You don't play on luck or chance. But
Always offense. Yeah.
the thing is, yeah, always offense.
Never.
Never be caught. You know, when you're in defense, you're getting caught. Always be offensive.
Absolutely. And we just saw
And
a first point taken for Remed. We're 1-0.
beautiful. Okay, so
But
this is
yeah,
interesting.
if you're just tuning in, if you're new to rock paper scissors, offense is key. Write that down. You never want to play on defense.
Yeah, I mean, it's so this is going to be a tough one, because it's hard to know what to play next when you're fighting up against a random player. And you don't
Absolutely.
and see, this is more of what I've been saying here, where when you're playing, and Remed, you know, just to be frank, it's divination is how he's been playing here. They want to say it doesn't work. Well, then what are we seeing right now? Third clash of the match. Third clash of the match. People
Yeah,
want to call it chance. Random and chance are not the same thing. And a real player, they play with that. Non-players don't play a thing with it. They don't touch it. Players gotta play.
For those of
Fourth
you who
clash
are
here.
new, you might
Paper
be
on
noticing
paper.
fourth clash. And that is 3 papers in a row on Remed. This is what I was talking about when I brought up Spotify's algorithm, true randomness. True randomness can feel non-random. When you get the same song on your Energizer playlist 3 times in a row, you're going to say something's broken. When you get the same hand 3 times in a row, you're going to say something's broken. No, that is random. That is randomness at play. We are seeing incredible plays here.
There's a thing called the gambler's fallacy, where you have this sense of the previous play affecting the odds of the next play. When you're that's falling into the gambler's fallacy. If you're truly random, each play will be done on its own merits without the input of the previous one. So when you see streaks like this, you might feel the intuition to say, "Oh, that's not random," but real randomness, it looks planned.
Wow. Did you? I'm shocked by what we just saw.
I'll be real here. We all had this sort of like rematch. They've prepared a lot for this. It's hard to even imagine them losing, but Tech was playing some powerful plays there. If I would have thought he would have won with what he's gone through here, and seeing this the way it shook out, this is. I don't know if people are going to be able to, hit the training room after what they've seen here, just knowing how much the game is changing as we're seeing it. We are living history.
We are living history. That's what keeps me coming back. 10 years of commentating on rock, paper, scissors. 10 years of commentating has just, I've had ruts. I've had times where I thought the game can't develop any further. We've seen the end of the game. We've seen rock, paper, scissors get solved. As ridiculous as that sounds, there were times where I felt that way.
True.
But that's just not the case. And that's why I'm still here. That's why I'm still witnessing developments.
See, this is, staying here, staying committed, staying a part of the culture. The ones who win are the ones who keep going.
Absolutely.
After everyone else has quit.
Ooh, we've got a very interesting match coming up. We've got Smuggles and Rondazales. Some know him as Drew. These are both old heads in the game. Lots of skin in the game. Lots of time in. And I will actually be judging this one, since Smuggles is actually the one currently running the machine, so to speak. Oh, very
this
interesting.
Is gonna be really tough to figure, because when it comes to seeing what's new, seeing what's fresh, these old heads, they have a lot of experience. They have a lot of answers for everything, a lot of tried and true methods. So we're gonna see some things that might seem a little bit too intuitive, but when you see how cleanly they take out each other's enemies, you can't help but respect all of the culture that's gone into it. And we have two classic players here. It's going to be tough to know who's going to come out on top, because going by the books won't decide it, but knowing the books will.
So Rondazales went with the old head play. Scissors to start is the definitive traditional old head opener, because no one is going to be playing rock if they're an old head expert. So you are safe by playing scissors. You either beat the paper or you tie with the scissors. There is no losing. And Smuggles, being a fellow old head, played paper. He was expecting Rondazales to try something new.
It's absolutely beautiful for all of our younger viewers here to see something like this, because this is a textbook match where Smuggles, you always go out opening on paper, hunting for stones. People out there like opening with stones when they're setting up these books, when they're writing them, hunting for stones, getting your easy wins in. And that sets you up for the next sequence in the match.
Man, frankly, I'm getting shivered. As much as I love to see new gameplay, as much as I like to see the game changers, there's just
It's
something about seeing the old
there's
heads.
just a lot of art to these classic plays. Absolutely beautiful. It just
Mm,
makes you it gives you confidence in the way that the system works, where it's like, you always got to be tried and true and committed. This is amazing here.
yeah, and we see the
Absolutely
commitment.
beautiful.
We see the double paper. Classic, stalwart in his efforts.
And
Again,
Ronzal's
proves
here.
not to be underestimated.
They were playing some strong moves here. It's really smart to, hunt in with paper. I mean, hunting in with scissors, trying to cut down some papers, and then switching on to rock. That's a beautiful play there. And just having that be countered, having that be, only someone who's tried the tested methods could pull something off like that. So that's what's beautiful about these classic style matches.
Wow, it could
Dude,
really go either way. We don't know whether we're going to see a commit
wait,
on either side. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw a commit on both.
I'll be
Uh,
honest. Just
mhm,
this once, I am a little bit sad we're playing Iron Circle style, Ring of Iron, because
mm,
their hands would be shivering. This is some intense
absolutely.
stuff, and I
We
would
see
love to see.
Rondazalis clinch it.
Ooh, that was clean. That was
Mm,
clean.
mm.
That could have gone so badly. That could have gone really badly, and it's beautiful seeing that smooth catch to that. Smuggles, he's a strong player. It's like it's inspiring to see the type of bravery it would take to do this.
Absolutely. We're not just watching any old heads. We're not watching ancient relics. These guys made it here for a reason. And we saw that in that last throw. We saw that when Smuggles was willing to make the jump from his same symbol sequence from paper to rock. That was courage. That was not fear. He won with paper. He could have stayed on there, but he was playing aggressive. He swapped to
That
rock.
it
And
really
Drew
goes to show
swapped
you
as
that
well.
playing smart, playing by the book, playing it slow and steady is really a game winner, dude. It really does. You're playing it that steady, careful way, playing defensively. I've always said this every time, is that playing defensively is how you win matches. You don't have any
I
defense,
couldn't
you
agree
don't win
anymore.
matches.
Defense will always come ahead.
Defense is everything.
If you're new to rock paper scissors, if you've never played RPS, if you're just getting started, write that down. Defense is
Write that
key.
down. Defense
Write that
is
down.
everything. You got to be. This is a
Mm.
mind game. It takes a lot of mind, and playing
So
defensively gives you the breathing room to, read each other.
we've got something very exciting for me personally. Of course, this whole tournament has been incredible, but I'm about to go up against Holy Spear, another high seed. He has not had to play yet, but he is a monster. And I can tell you,
So,
this is one of the few players other than Gumshoes that I've played against personally outside of this tournament. He is not
and
to be underestimated. Holy Spirit is high master in the current seasonal rankings. He plays off meta rock first round, leads into non-rock play until the game match where he comes back around to rock. I have no idea what to expect. Is he going to stick to his standard modus operandi? Should I play around that? Should I
and
play
I
something traditional? I don't know.
see,
And
this
I'm
really
excited.
shows what it really shows, just like how much you can learn from playing rock paper scissors with anyone, because you could find out whether or not Holy Spear thinks a lot or a little of Warren. You could say, "Oh, my bread and butter will clean him. Oh, I have to be careful. I have to play defensive. Oh, I have to switch it up. I have to play aggressive." And I think if you're gonna fight against Worm, you just have to, play it smart, because Worm, when you're one step smarter than the rest, you have to be one step smarter than them. And being clever, being careful, it really does win matches. So like, when they're up against, I really think that this is going to be a tough match. One mistake could really, really make you lose.
Hmm. Hmm.
See, this is incredible. Clever game here. This is, two opening scissors. You can tell that they're both testing the waters. They're both being careful, and they're both reading each other. So this is beautiful seeing just what Holy Spear is thinking of Warm and laying out. He's testing him. We're both seeing what the other players are made of, and what they do with it is going to decide everything.
Yeah. See, a lot of people might think that this is very traditional play. Scissors, as I've said before, very strong opener. However, this was actually the peak of non-traditional play. He abandoned his normal rotation. No, abandon is not the right word. He upgraded his normal rotation to try something new. This is what a modern, non-traditional,
And
evolving player looks like.
so Warm, knowing his traditional play out, it's fascinating that you chose Scissors when you could have easily been wronged. You could have gone wrong.
You know, I picked Scissors because of my respect for Holy Spear. I have played many matches with him. I know that he traditionally opens with Rock, but I am commentating on this tournament, and I know that Holy Spear is watching. I know that he is
It-
watching the competitors. I know that he is
it's-
learning and he is developing as we speak. He could still take this
And
round. I have zero
and
confidence that this is a set game.
the fact that you still they even with this sort of advanced preparation, you still managed to draw in the first round really shows the amount of clever forethought that Hyperspear is pulling in here.
Absolutely. And frankly, I couldn't be more honored to get to play against Holy Spear in the tournament. I'm so glad I was able to move up and to fight him here. And win or lose, this is already shaping up to be one of the best matches of my career. Incredible.
Oh, come
Incredible
on.
play.
No,
Hmm?
that no one ever does this.
That's what makes it so exciting.
That I No,
What?
I'm just gonna
Explain
I
your
just be real, man.
reasoning.
No,
What are you having a
this
problem?
you know what? I really think the Scissors meta is dead. And I don't mean that
That's a
meta
bold
because
claim to be making on here.
people say that Scissors is dominating. You get a lot of Scissors hate, but this is just it's like you know what? I'll have to see how this final round plays out because this is cutting me apart.
Wow. Well, you've heard it here,
I
folks. Snail, one of
I
our leading commentators, one of our leading RPS experts,
I don't
claiming that Scissors is dead.
I don't know if
I
I don't know if I can play rock paper scissors. They're these
don't you
people are
think you're being a
getting
bit too dramatic?
they're getting they're getting too good for me. They're getting a little too good for me. I don't know if I can keep up because these are the type of plays that are just unfair. That's how I want to say it. It's just unfair because it's too much. Look at this. Destroyed. I'm sorry to have you here on the stage with it, but this was just Scissors destroyed, cleaned out. I don't even know what to say.
You know, I have a problem
Well,
with you calling that unfair gaming.
I guess you're
I
right.
may
The
have
writing
walked
was
away
on the
with the
wall.
lose, but the writing was
The
I
writing was on the
think
wall.
I was simply outplayed.
You
I
know,
played.
you can't have this giant wave in the community. You can't have this momentum without someone's noticing. You can't have
Right.
someone. I guess that's fair enough. The writing was on the wall. This was inevitable. It's
Right.
very
You were
very
simply
clean
seeing a change in the
clean games you
tides,
played
and
there,
there's nothing wrong with that.
and I'm. It's just incredible skill.
That's absolutely right. I'm glad
I
you've come around here, recognizing that it was
I
skill.
okay.
We've got
I'm not any less upset. Don't think I'm not any less upset. This is
well,
just
you're entitled to your feelings,
fair enough.
but we've got Holy Spear. No, we've got Hillador and Paul up next. Now this is going to be
This
interesting. Oh,
I know we've been hyping up a lot of these matches because we it takes a lot of a lot of tryouts here. We're seeing some of the best here. I gotta say, this is gonna be crazy. I don't know how this is gonna play out because we have some really they've made some pretty shocking moves in the past. They've had some pretty shocking wins. And
yeah. For those who aren't familiar, Hillador was the runner-up in RPS heavyweight division 2020. Oh, wow. And you really see that with him opening Rock. Paul, a
nice,
little lesser
powerful,
known on the scene, but clearly no one to underestimate here. Opening with Rock,
absolutely.
two monsters, two giants.
You know, this is how you stay alive. You see them staying alive by fighting back, keeping that offensive, keeping that momentum, and it gives you the breathing room to keep going. It's like what have I always said? You got to be aggressive if you want to have any pacing or time to win a match. Offense is everything in these matches. See
Absolutely.
here we're see they're staying alive. They're keeping committed. The only reason they're out here this far is because of that aggression. Look at that. Any weaker player would have snapped. They would have snapped off it and gotten caught. They would have snapped off, switched to paper. They would have been cut up. This is how you know that we're playing with some real heat. I've seen Healador. I've seen them. They've they've had some incredible wins. They can snatch a win out of a huge L. They've done it before. Incredible turnarounds, last minute victories. So, we're going to see the pressure shift here, and we still won't know how it's going to play out because,
Oh, incredible.
oh,
We're
look at
seeing
that.
such commitment.
You see, old heads, they're mad. Old heads are fucking unsubscribing. I'm sorry, dude. This is like, if I were classic style, dude, I would be throwing things.
Right. Right. Experienced players know the naive players lead with rock, and so they throw paper.
So,
Experienced players know that experienced players do not lead with rock, and so they lead with scissors.
see,
But
I know that we're
these are new players. These are non-traditionalists. They lead with rock, but they haven't forgot the lessons that they learned along the way.
they
They commit to the play.
they couldn't have gotten here if they didn't learn the lessons. If everyone here knows the classics,
I'm
they
shook.
everyone here has
This
learned all the
this is
classics.
something else. Oh my goodness. A
See this,
quadruple
I
rock play on both sides.
so this is something
This
that like sometimes you see this with random players. I don't think I've ever seen this with these classic players, these aggressive players.
I've only seen it a couple times, but I've been around the block and I haven't
But
seen it very often. I think it's been
but
a
like
few
high
years.
level heavyweight tournament, that's impressive. I don't think I've seen that.
Oh, no.
Ooh, okay. So
Mm,
now this is a bit of a okay. Just to be frank, this is a bit of a heated situation here. If I get any old head commentators, I just for the sake of the maintaining civility, we're probably gonna block comments if you give old head vibes, just because
mm.
this is it, I could see them getting pissed.
Right. We do need an environment where new players can feel accepted and ready to join.
Okay,
Wow.
so this is hate this meta. This is undefined. What do you mean meta?
This is a clash between titans. I
So
wouldn't be surprised if they both held firm for the rest of the night.
all right, so I'll be honest. There are some old heads who are old enough, just old enough to know this, to have felt this type of thing before. I've never seen it in these high ranking matches, but like way before you had these classic schools, these old heads, these ancient gamers here, dude, they really have seen this type of play where these can go on for a long time. And I don't think I've ever seen this like tournament level though, but it's incredible seeing that classic rich history brought back so far back.
I
And
honestly, I might be brought to tears here. This is reminding me. You're talking about it. I know you're getting there. Fyodor and Melissa, 97, the World
no,
National, the
that's
World,
the
yeah,
world
yeah,
national. That's
yeah, the World National.
listen, man.
Everyone in
I
the world in one nation
I think
playing.
everyone I think everyone was like just a young kid when they saw that. Everyone remembers how they felt when they first saw that match. Uh,
Absolutely.
I, it makes you feel like a kid again, just having this type of history brought back. This type
There's
of
a sense
play
of
where
romanticism to it. I mean, the
you,
two of them, I don't know how many of you follow rock, paper, scissors
I,
history.
it's
They got
crazy
married
because
afterward.
this it's beautiful because you would think the old heads that you know they've kept it the same all the way through. The old heads are the ones who killed this. This is even older, and this
Yeah.
is driving the fact that like it's crazy to see something brought back like this. It's crazy to see something coming back to life, a style that the old heads have killed come back. And the old heads are mad saying, "Oh, what do you mean we killed it? We know how to play." It's like this is the style you're playing committed to is what killed it. I know you didn't kill it.
Right. Yeah, this is ancient, and it
They
needs to
might.
be respected.
I could see why a lot of people wouldn't have studied this set. I could see why a lot of
Right.
people would say this set's never gonna happen. It'll never happen to me. I'll never be ready for it. This is something else, just to be. It shows that like you got to really tap into everything, all of your sources.
Now, unfortunately, we do have to acknowledge that our rule set does have concerns with what in moderns is often called stalling. We will have to see what the admin has to say. Oh, it looks like if they reach 15 rocks, there's going to be a coin flip to see who wins. I see. Had to
And
break open the big books for this.
see, this is the type of thing that it's like, I don't know if old heads would even. I think old heads, mad at everything they see. I think they're right to
Hmm.
be mad at that. It might
Right.
sound out of character for them to see the rule book brought out, but we all know old heads love. I died. I died.
Speechless. I'm in awe. Well, the rule said 15 sets of rock. At least that's what admin announced. This isn't rock, so we need a new ruling from administration.
When I said that you're gonna see something crazy, when you're gonna see some crazy matches from these two, I I would not have told. I would not have thought this.
Hmm.
This
Yeah.
is you know what? Uh, there's this concept of the divine mandate that ensured the legitimacy of the winners on this planet,
Hmm.
and I think we're seeing it. Is anyone else feeling something spiritual from this?
If you brought up the divine mandate, maybe a match, no, a round, maybe a tournament to go, uh, I would have disagreed with you. I firmly disbelieved in the divine mandate, but in this match, I've really seen some things that inspire some faith in me. I do think every player is justified in their wins by divine mandate. Yeah.
Dude, this type of match, I think it's like we say this or that about old heads because of the classic school,
Right.
but this is just reminding me is that I'm an old head too.
And it's
I'm
reminding me that in New Zealand, the most common name in English is paper, scissors, rock. And in Maori, it's known as, and excuse me if I mispronounce this, but pepa kuri kuri ko hatu. Yeah. I
Thank
just
you.
thought, you might want to know that. Yeah.
This this really just goes to show you just how old we are. Is that like I thought that we were still on the edge. I know there's a cutting edge, and we're not on it. But I thought we were near the edge.
Mm,
We're old heads,
mm.
dude. The world,
Oh, admin has made their call. There were 5 more moves until coin
they
flip. I did not see when that post was made. I think it'll be a couple more. Not totally certain, but we'll see. I do think it's going to come down to the coin flip. I don't think either of these
I
guys are going to be budging.
I think this is a real stance on how to survive.
Mm,
See, this classic style, how long you can make it in one game, how much you can stay alive, This is a testament to skill, showing players that there's more to this than just randomness. You can skill your way and survive as long as you choose to survive.
I do think one thing that these participants may not understand. No, I shouldn't say that. I think they both know it, but I don't know how prepared they are to face it. This is a serious one for the stamina. I don't know how they're going to play moving forward after such a grueling, seemingly endless series of clashes. It takes a toll on the body, it takes a toll on the mind, it takes a toll on the spirit.
And
And we've been seeing some unfortunate things being said in chat regarding this.
they're
I hope they're
questioning.
not letting it get to
They
them.
are they are Caro is accusing them of using performance enhancing here. They believe that no one could stay this committed without some sort of cheating involved. I disagree completely. I
Yeah,
think
I
that
can't
it's
say that
you can
either of them
read
are
your
giving off those
player,
vibes.
you can read your player, and you know your response. You see what
Mm.
they'll do. You have faith that you know what they'll do, and you
Last
do.
move coming up.
You do. Your choices decide their choices. You know, and that's what they're showing you here is that this is not a random game. This is a
All
game
right,
you can define. You communicate by your plays, and it's
coin
just a
flip.
matter of committing. They pulled it through here today. They did something incredible, and I just want everyone to know that.
Yeah, couldn't have said it better myself. And really, it just comes down to playing defensively.
Someone using a loaded
I
sleeve.
always say this. Oh, some. I really don't appreciate the accusations, especially from one of the players.
Yes,
A
they
little disrespectful. I think we should avoid reading anything like
you know
that on the
at,
commentating
at
stand.
these high level rounds, it anything might seem miraculous. At these high level
Right.
rounds, anything might seem a little too incredible to believe. And it's easy to just instantly assume Alice. It's easy to assume that this must have been rigged. But
But
when
no,
it
yeah,
comes
this is a
to
clash of skill.
high skill plays, you're gonna see some incredible things.
Absolutely. And that's what we saw. Now, it seems we'll be finding out about the results of the coin flip very soon. Once again,
And
Hilidor 2020 runner-up for the heavyweight championships. Paul, a very new but obviously, evidently, extremely skilled and highly educated player.
yeah, it's
It
well
looks like
studied.
Hilidor is winning by the coin flip. Hilidor will
See,
move on to the next
it,
round of winners. Paul will be moving
it,
on to
this,
losers.
this is what I told you at the start: is that I've seen Helidor pull some wins out of nothing, and this is just proving that he's keeping that streak going. He can win when he's working with nothing.
I'm
It's
gonna
that
have to
commitment, that
contend
faith.
that actually. I can't agree with your word choice there. Maybe you didn't mean it, but saying that he pulled it from nothing, I think he had more than enough substance to qualify that win.
See, I'm saying that it's not so much what he did to win. It's what he had faith in. It's
Hmm.
that commitment, that dedication, that belief that there's a win on the other side,
Hmm.
even when you're not seeing signs of it. You're not seeing any signs that there's going to be a win, and then here it is.
It seems we're gonna be taking a 15-minute break, which I think really everybody could use after that last match.
But
But
don't log off
we
too
are going
soon.
to be
Don't log off too
doing,
soon.
yeah,
We still have a little bit more to cover.
yeah, and we have some announcements. So get ready, get excited. Duel Series will be back. But we are doing the announcements before we leave, so don't
That's
hop off
why.
yet.
That's why I said don't hop off yet.
Right.
We're gonna do some announcements before you leave, and then we'll start the break.
So stick around for more Duel Series excitement.
Surprise guest Smuggles in the chat now. Are you guys ready to see what's happening this August?
What's happening this August?
Let's find out.
Let's find out.
All right, we are back for now. Hello, everyone. Before our break, I'll quickly go over the announcements we just showed off right there.
I really appreciate everyone who stuck around to see the trailers here. We'll be starting our break soon, but we just have to cover
This
this
time,
final bit of announcement.
this time I did not fuck up the dates on this one. Don't worry. However,
Yeah.
For the first month, which is actually just next week, we are doing another just casual gambling stream of the next Mario Party, because the first one went so well that like we're just gonna keep doing the rest of them. We're gonna be completely silent for 2 weeks afterwards via just other nonsense. But once we get back, we are doing two big hits. We are doing Ultimate Chicken Horse, followed by Lethal League Blaze. Two games that are going to be really fun to watch happen. We did actually technically spoil these a couple of weeks ago during the summer sale, just so people can have them. So if you did buy them at the time, this is where we're finally able to play those. I hope everyone is excited for this. That's all I really have to say. If you don't have them and want to take part in these tournaments coming up, go ahead and buy them. They're going to be fun. Anything else you want to say before we go on break, Snail?
No, not really.
All right. Well, I'll see you guys back in well, let's do 10 minutes. Let's not do 15. We're doing 10-minute break, guys.
And you guys better be back.
We'll be back
You
in
viewers
10 minutes.
better come back.
You don't want to miss it.
Welcome back, everybody. I hope you had a nice break. And if you're not back, I warned you. Get back here.
Lots happened.
Okay, so we've had to cover a few of the losers bracket offline, but I hope you don't assume that they're just out of the match. Some of our crowd favorites are still out there lurking.
Looks like we lost Paul after that incredibly just elegant showing before. I think stamina really did him in.
Yeah, he really
Arrow
sacrificed
also
everything on
out.
that last play, and I think it shows.
Fui out, Quantum by default. So we have Dino, Smuggles, Gumshoes, and Sumi moving on to the next round of losers. Feeling refreshed after that break?
Hell, Hava.
Eva.
Type Hava in the chat if you're feeling refreshed after that break. So are we primed up for the next match? Are you excited for this next?
I'm seeing a lot of Havas in the chat. That's good.
Nice, nice.
So it looks like, first off, we're going to have Fish and Mine Cannon. I do have to wonder, is that fatigue setting in for Fish? Fish has fought 2 tough battles. We're not talking about 2-0s. We're talking about 1-2s. And those are tough. When
Yeah,
you get tied up, it's not comfortable.
they've been pulling off these tough matches. We're gonna see how far they've gotten drained.
But that isn't to say Mine Cannon had an easy match, or any of our 0-2s for that matter. He also put his all into his own match, so we could be seeing a match of 2 very tired competitors, but I don't want to overstate that fatigue, because we are dealing with experts. I think it warrants a reminder that these are all players who could potentially play all day.
You know, they've been playing a lot on their off time. They're probably used to a bunch of long sets, but under these tournament pressures, you know, you never know how they're going to react to it. Everyone
Right.
thinks they know how they'll react, but everyone you know, sometimes even under the same situation, you can have a different reaction.
Yeah.
I want to say that we're going to see some, I think they might even be shorter matches just because they've played a few rounds. They've seen what the opponent can do, and they might have built a decent strategy off of these plays. But
we could see some really short plays. I do agree.
But it goes both ways, you know? Like, if you have good counter plays on both sides, maybe these will be longer.
What I'm excited to see is what Mind does here. Because Mind won his last match with a double rock. And he went into the rock. Okay. Because I was about to remind everyone, Fish won his last round with scissors, paper, scissors. So what we see here is Mind committing to his original strategy, the one that won him his last match, and Fish throwing things in a different direction. And it's an immediate point for Fish.
Clean cut. So this just shows you how, like, these aggressive plays can really cut you back.
I don't know if I'd go that far. Then see, there we go. Fish losing a point to Mind. We got scissors and fist. Fist from Mind Cannon, a point.
So they might have pulled it back, but that's not to say that, you know, the strategy is bulletproof. We're just saying that these can still go wrong. Yeah.
Yeah, I suppose so, yeah. Now, what we're going to find out is whether Mind is going to keep on committing to Rock. I believe he might. In fact, well, I'll hold off on my analysis of what the right move is here. We'll see.
Uh, I mean, I have to say that I feel like the right move is coming a bit clear now.
You know, personally, I think so too, but we'll see what happens. Yep,
True. We're up
it
against
was
tough
clear.
players.
Now, they both made great moves, but I think Mind Cannon committing to the triple R,
Uh,
the Rock, I mean, that's
I
just standard good play.
No, I really think that this didn't play out the way we were expecting. You could really see they were, this they had kind of the perfect setup here. So seeing this clean flip is really it's really something else.
What are you talking about? What do you mean? Like, what was wrong there?
No, it's just not what I expected.
Well, what did you expect?
Well, I mean, it's just that when you have a bit of like an aggressive play, and you usually think that like a bit of defense, will cover everything, but usually you see some breakthroughs in these types of rounds.
No, aggression. Now, if you're a new player, if you're just tuning in, if you're trying to get better at the game, aggression is always key. You always play aggressive. Defensive play, you never go that direction if you want to be good at the game. And that was what we saw here. Was Mind Cannon went full aggression. He committed to
I
a clear offense and he won. Now, I'm not
I
saying Fish did anything wrong.
I
What?
don't think that that's really quite what I would call aggression, just because it's not like you're not doing anything you're not taking initiative. You're just standing firm with your setup.
What do
There
you
is what I'm
no, what do you mean not taking initiative?
where
He
you're
held it. He didn't hold his ground. He pushed his ground. He picked a strategy and he fought forward. He was pushing through the
like,
tide. He didn't take a step to the left, take a step to the right. He didn't change anything. He just went forward.
I just think that these types of plays usually get turned over. Is what I'm saying. It just surprised me. It just surprised me. Is that too much?
I
I
don't
mean,
know.
I
I just
But I think your just analysis a little off. We've been seeing this a bit. We're a little bit tired. We're all a bit on edge here, and the players, I'm sure they're tired too. So they're going to be playing some, well, I'll just say interesting moves, but
yeah. We'll
it's just
next match. Well, we'll see
yeah,
who can do a proper analysis. How's that?
yeah. I'm sure, yeah. I'm sorry.
What are you laughing at? What are you laughing at?
Uh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, like try to be respectful. You know,
No,
you're a
I,
commentator. These guys are working
no, you're
hard.
right. That was really off out of form for me. I have to
Right.
apologize on that. I no, I think
What? What's up?
I'm sorry.
Hey, you don't need to apologize to me. It's the other competitors. We got Boopy and Chicago trying their best out here. Try to keep your eyes on the game. Maybe.
All right, can I break
We just
character
saw
on
some
that one?
great
That one
flash.
was. Can I break character on that? That really got me a little bit.
Oh, I got you.
No, just saying like, all right, let's see some proper analysis, and then it's just like, no, just an absolute tie,
Yeah.
and it's just like I don't know what to say to this.
Yeah, I mean, I guess
This
you might know your way around a rock paper scissors, but you just don't know your way around a verbal joust. I guess that's what it is.
True.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like rock paper scissors. In the rounds, a bit more my strong suit. It's kind of it's interesting because you have to play against both players to be able to comment on them because
All
you have to
right.
be in the mind of both.
No, that's pretty weak. Go ahead, call it. Who's winning this one?
Poopy.
Movie?
I'm calling it. Just as
Yeah,
a fact,
well,
Poopy's gonna
nah,
win.
it's Chicago.
I know we're supposed to. Okay, I know it's the divine mandate that we do have to respect these players. They've sacrificed so much. I think it's clear Booby's gonna win.
You're blind. You're blind, and
It's
not in
like
the way that everybody else is because we're playing Circle of Iron. You're
listen,
blind if you think Boopy's gonna win.
it's like Boopy's got a killer's heart. They've got the aggression. They've got the offense. Offense is everything.
Chicago has so many titles under his belt, and he didn't just pull those out of the ether. All right. Like, this guy knows how to play. He
I
might
know
be
it's
down one. Every one of these guys know how to play, but this
I
is going to be
you know
clear. This is going to be easy.
we're gonna see. We'll see.
All
All
right,
right.
looks like I got to play a match off screen with Dino. I'm going to let you, yeah, say whatever you want.
What
I'm
does
going to
that
play,
mean?
yeah, whatever.
Oh,
Okay,
whatever.
I got to find Dino real quick.
All right, so my co-host here, he has to play his matches. So we have a lot of matches going on screen here. We're pulling up the next one during the next move of this current round. So we're saying 1-0, one for Boopy and Chicago Ted. Ooh, beautiful counter. Chicago Ted's catching back up. We've got a beautiful reaction. They've had a little bit of ground covered, and they're taking it back right away. And it took, it's a good analysis on his part. But this next part is where it's all going to be decided. Where you're taking it back, you might think that you might be comfortable, but it takes a lot more than just. It's still not been decided yet. You can't rest on your laurels too soon. Ooh, an absolutely destructive play by Boopy, pulling out the rock. Now this was interesting. You being able to, we're both switching off of our previous move, both willing to make that shift, and just having the foresight pay off. Beautiful win by Boopy. Incredible plays by Chicago, but it just didn't make the cutting edge. And we really hope to see them come back for the next tournament. We're really hoping to see some more work from them. But beautiful work from Boopy. Absolutely devastating. So, we were expecting some shorter matches. We might, they could have been longer matches. We're not quite sure. They've been playing a few rounds. They're all primed up. So maybe they might have a bit of a clean, confident kills here. But there's also the fact that, they might have good counterplays. These might even stretch on a little bit. You never really know when it comes to this. It really depends on the players. When it comes to Remed, facing up against Drew, I think it might be safe to say that Drew will have a few tricks up his sleeves. He's primed and ready. But Remed, that wall is indomitable. It's hard to have good counters for what Remed has set up. But I really have faith that Drew's going to pull something through for your force tonight. Or at the very least, pull off a good show. Okay, and currently updating on the losers bracket. It seems as though Worm has won his match against Dino. We have Fish up against Tech in the loser bracket. They've managed to beat against Smuggles. The match against Sumi and Luck Daddy has yet to be decided. The match against and it seems Gumshoes had lost against Quadiddle or Quad Isle.
All
Okay,
right.
and while the losers
While we're
bracket is being
waiting-
caught up, we'll be seeing Remed taking on Drew here in this upcoming match.
So if you haven't lost your wits
It's
or
like I
run
say, you
away,
got
I was thinking we could talk this one through and maybe
no.
settle our
I'm
verbal score.
just saying, I'm a little impressed you managed to pull out of that one.
Really?
Yeah. Okay, we're pulling up Remed against Drew. We're gonna see how this shoots out. So, do you have any expectations on how Drew is going to face up against Remed?
Yeah, I think we're
Okay.
gonna see Remed take it.
Quite a clean defense, moving off of the block for this Remed going out there with the paper. You know, Drew, zero fear about a stone opening, managed to pull up with scissors without any drawbacks, and managed to take a win for it. I'm really thinking Drew has the potential to clear this one out, even with that indomitable wall that Remed's established. Ooh, and another clean catch. Absolutely deadly. Completely cleaned out. These innovative strategies, they always have their drawbacks. Remed, he was coming in here, but at the end of the day, it was very experimental. So, he took on that risk knowing that when he went in. But it seems as though either he fell out of steam or his strategies fell apart. But either way, he completely cleaned out 2-0. And I really think it couldn't have gone any other way.
I can't agree with that. I think that he didn't lose steam. The strategy didn't fall apart. It was just two champions, two exceptional players going against each other, and one just came out on top.
I mean, it's just, sometimes a stronger strategy wins. I'm just saying that, like, if I were in his shoes, there's no other choices I could think would work. I really don't think that Remed had much of a shot with the setups that he had made.
I just feel like you're projecting your own performance onto an up and coming competitor.
I don't think that that's, I feel like, he's very, very experimental, very aggressive. And I don't think that there's any shame in having that, be put to the test. It's just, it didn't work out the way we had planned. And, I don't think there's any shame in, saying that, you have to rework what you're working with.
Sure.
Ooh, Holy Spirit and Healador coming in here. A nice clean cut.
Now, this is going to be a pretty incredible match for sure. I'm really interested to see what Healador pulls out, considering his last on-screen match with Paul and what that turned into. Are we going to see him committing to the same hand again?
That's going to be an interesting. That's going to be interesting. This thing to see. I feel like it'd be very difficult to pull that off twice. I don't think it'd be worth putting in the effort. But we've got that catch from Holy Spear.
Holy Spear was prepared to see Healador strike it out a second time. Unlike you, he made the call that Healador might give it another go.
Yeah. I could have never made this call. Yeah. I mean, these things, they're hard.
Make the call.
Sometimes you have to do some hard reads. Sometimes, I mean, that's easy for you to say. You've made some tough calls in the past. They've played out.
Yeah.
Ooh. Holy
Healador
Spear.
committing. He's got backbone. He's committing, and it didn't work out. But he played, and he played the way we thought. Or I should say, I thought he would.
Oh yeah, you're the analysis expert here with the totally random planning you've got going on.
Random?
Oh yeah.
Oh here it comes. Here comes
okay,
random.
Yeah.
All that time. It's not a random game. It's non-random, and you just But now when your performance is called into play, now it's a random game. It's so easy to sweep your performance.
Okay, I know
it's random. Oh,
I know.
my gameplay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's crazy they let you up here.
Oh, is that right? You think you could? With the way you play, you're the kind of
I play.
Yeah, the way you play. You know what? I'm surprised you haven't, completely snapped and tried to play gun in this. That's right. The way you're analyzing things, I think you would play gun.
Gun. You're gonna pull gun on me. You're gonna pull gun on me. Wow.
Yeah.
After your performance in all those previous Yaku Ken, you don't think I forgot about that? It's incredible they let you up on here, onto this stage, to commentate on a respectful platform
Yeah,
like
I'm not
this.
going to hear that from a
You're
guy who
playing
plays guns.
strip rock, paper, scissors.
Do you know that this is a different? It's a different game, a different setup, a different
Hold on,
situation.
I got a match to play. You know, unlike you,
Okay.
I noticed you didn't sign up. Random game, random game. You're afraid to play, and you've been afraid. You've been afraid since you lost.
You know, you go and get lucky.
Typical 50.
Go and get
okay.
lucky.
Okay. Yeah.
You know?
We'll see. We'll see what happens.
Yeah,
Enjoy.
you know,
Enjoy.
I'm sure you'll
commentating
see.
by yourself.
I'm sure you'll see.
I'm sure
it
you'll have
coming.
so many insights to share. Go ahead. Bye.
All right, we have Warm up against Chicago Ted. You know, our lovely co-host here, Warm, coming up against a seasoned professional, and I'm sure he'll make quick work of him. All right, they got a lot of pressure here. They're lining each other up. Ooh, double paper. See, they're both overthinking this. This is what I'm seeing here. They're both overthinking this. Sometimes simple is better. Warm, like the contrarian he is, he didn't want to commit to the clever plays. If he would have just done scissors, he would have gotten it. Ooh. Ooh. Looks like, you know, if he had a little bit more commitment, played a little bit more defensively, you know, I always say the defense is everything. Defense is everything. Oh, coming in again here. We've got paper. Warm going out there with the paper, getting maybe, you know, a little bit of a solid catch. I'll give him that. All right, seems that we're having a few technical difficulties. It's just the type of luck that Warm has. But you know, here we'll get them sorted out. It'll just take a moment. All right, this should be all fixed. Okay. Next move. They're all primed up here. Warm's got a bit of a lead here. Ooh. Ooh, and they're bouncing off. Now this is going to be a little bit of a rough one. And this might just go back to them overthinking things. You know, they're both afraid of stone, and they're overthinking the reaction with the scissors. I don't think we're going to see a single stone played this match. Ooh, double scissors. Okay, we're leaning back into what we know here. We're getting a little bit more clever with our moves. And this might just be, you know, the type of thing it would take to win. It might be all knees the way it's like. I think we're going to be seeing up the decider up here next. Yeah. Now they both know that the other player's a little bit of a, you know, clever counter player. They're going to be a little bit on edge. There's going to be, you know, they have a lot of respect for each other now. They both set up their strong moves. So this next play is really going to be a tough one. Ooh, bouncing off cleanly. Now this is interesting. You see reverting back, staying strong. They're both playing quite defensively. They're both backing up. You know, I'm not seeing them advancing forward. I'm not seeing any tricks pulled up here yet. And I'm not seeing the aggressive commitment we've been seeing in some of the earlier rounds. So this might just be anyone's game. This is a very open match the way we have it set up. And the pressure is going to keep mounting. Each time that they bounce off, it's going to be pushing the other player to snap and make a rash decision. It's always the person who snaps first that ends up losing. So you always got to stay firm in your planning, and you'll clean through. Planning is everything. You see, you never want to end up in the spot where you have to think on the spot. If you see Chicago catching up with Warm, we've got a decent counter here, completely caught up to the stone. I made a mistake here. I thought there wouldn't be any stones played, but to my surprise and to Warm's detriment. All right, they're dedicating a bit more time to their next move. They're planning pretty hard here. Because these are interesting moves where, Warm, they might have gotten a bit overconfident. They might have thought that they had it in the bag and that they would abandon their defensive plays. But, ready for anything, reacting at the time, seeing these different plays. They have a lot of material to work with, so they should feel quite proud of the spot they're in. Ooh, and it seems like you just can't escape that pure influence where Warm, he had put the thought in his head, you can play stone. And maybe with the variance we've been seeing, they might have taken the bait. They took the bait. Warm, ever ready, ever planning, countered it completely. Absolutely devastating. This was some incredible work we've seen from the players. It's really hard to get as far as we've gotten. So we really do appreciate everyone who's come out here. But I'm quite impressed with how that turned out. I really didn't think that he would have pulled through.
Match. Very, very tough opponent. Chicago knows what he's doing, and he had me up against the fence. That was
absolutely beautiful.
Great. Up against the ropes, very challenging. I am appreciative I got to fight a competitor.
Yeah, I mean,
like
you did incredible. It was really good back there.
Thank you so much. It's great to be back on the commentator seat and back here with you, my co-host Force now, and I am looking forward.
It's really great to have my co-host Warren back. This professional analysis is really what's been driving my inspiration. Without him, I don't know how far we've gotten this far.
And without you, I mean, you've taught me so much. In the many years that I've been commentating, I've always been watching what you've had to say about the matches.
All right, and let's get back into the next game. This is what we love to do. This is what we love to see. Dino up against Unknown.
Oh, it sounds like Fish versus Unknown. All right. This is going to be very interesting. We've seen Fish punch through with some pretty incredible plays, but he's
they've done a lot of tough stuff. See, this is kind of interesting. We're seeing a lot of double paper openings. This is something that I've not really seen very common. No. It seems like I want to say people are afraid of Stone. They think that Stone has been, solved. They think Stone's been figured. But, it's going to be to their detriment because you always got to use your whole toolkit.
It is very interesting seeing the Stones recede from early play. We saw quite a few early Stones in the first round of winners, which was really inspiring thoughts of the non-traditional, of the inventive return of the Rock. But it seems that traditional play is coming back as they get further in. Perhaps it's I wouldn't call it a lack of confidence in the new strategy.
I think it's just a bit of convergent evolution where you see some strategies, you lean into them and they pay off. And, we're seeing these kind of like learn the lessons that the old heads had learned before. I've got a lot of respect for the old heads. They always play the right moves.
Right. And you touched upon it earlier. There's a cycle in this game. of
Yes.
what comes in, what comes out, what's popular, what's winning. It's an ever-evolving meta, and we see cycles, but it's not always the same. We see similarities, and I think that's why we talk about the ever-evolving game rather than
Yes.
purely calling it, say, a closed circuit, a closed routine. We're always
Yeah.
watching the evolution, and that's what I love about this game. I know that's what draws you in.
If it weren't for the innovativeness of our current players, they would have had a flowchart for this solved years ago. But purely on the innovation of our players here today, we're always seeing, not just here but all around the world, the innovation is what keeps this game turning. This will never be solved. You cannot flowchart this.
I don't know if you caught, but Fish, there playing Scissors, was actually a reference to the Malaysian version of the game, where Scissors is replaced by Bird. Fish, being Fish, is eaten by Bird. That is why he chose to play Scissors here, to reference the Malaysian culture, and we appreciate the international call-outs.
Absolutely beautiful the way he's committing, bringing the community together,
And to win with it.
To win with it. That's some honor. That's respect.
Absolutely.
Truly, and it's tragic having to see such a skilled player like Ununtek to lose out, but it's inspiring to see a win like this. I guess the stronger the player, the stronger the win. So
Absolutely.
It is really it's always a mix of emotions when you're seeing these matches.
Right.
It's just like there can only be one, but you don't want to see anyone lose.
This is going to be really interesting. Quad Isle, and I didn't mention it earlier directly. I mentioned that we have at least one pretty vocal anti-rock player in our bracket, and that player is actually Quad Isle. He shared quite a bit of anti-rock sentiment before this tournament, and I'm very curious to see what he chooses to do this far into the tournament.
I think that this is that might sound like a very general like anti-rock sentiment. I think it's closet Scissors sentiment. I think this is a closet Scissors
really?
Player, because why would you antagonize rock? Why would you limit your toolkit unless you were committed to Scissors? That's just my read on that. And it's pure speculation, because when it comes to these levels of play, there's only so much you can match up to them.
Right. And I think what'll speak for itself is his performance in this match here against Heliodor, a genuine giant of the game. What will Quad Isle pull out? Because he can't hold any punches. He may very well I don't want to make any calls, any crazy calls right now. We haven't seen him, but who knows? Who knows what he might pull?
I don't want to speculate, but I think that Heliodor has the divine mandate.
Really? You do want to suggest that at this point?
I think it's far enough for me to guess that.
Okay, I respect it. You've made a lot of correct calls in the past.
And
the gift, they talk about.
And I really don't think I could feel the confidence in my choices if it weren't for seeing just how effective your analysis is and how accurate your analysis is. It really does define my style.
Your style has influenced mine, so I guess
you're so full of insight, and you sharing that with me is so essential to this.
I appreciate that. That really, it's like our little commentary bubble here. It's kind of a microcosm for the game as a whole. These players influence each other endlessly. It's a cycle of influence, and it's a cycle of growth.
And it's that art imitating reality, reality imitating art, that infinite cycle here, where the commentators influence the gamers influence the commentators.
Absolutely. Honestly, would you be willing to see if the audience would like to, give a round of applause for our fighters out here tonight?
Yeah, we would love to see you guys give some props to the people who have dedicated so much to end up here.
Yeah.
Ooh, Double
I'm seeing a
stone.
clap in chat. Interesting. I didn't want to, I was very hesitant to say it, but Quad Isle pulled out the rock. He pulled out
It's
the rock
incredible.
because
Right?
he's fighting someone who demands that kind of versatility.
It just shows to the skill that he's playing with, where he knows what he has to do, even when he's standing against stone. He knows when to play it. So it can't be hate for the tool. It's hate for the stone players who overcommit.
Absolutely. You said it yourself previously about scissors. Being a scissors player is not about solely playing scissors. Being a scissors player is about knowing when to play scissors.
Exactly.
And that is Quad Isle.
And
Quad Isle is the archetypal scissors or paper player. Now, I don't want to call which one he is. I think he's been reinventing himself this season. He's quite the high ranker. And, I don't think anybody's identity is for anyone else to decide here. I think he's showing who he is through the game right now. And we're about to see how this plays out. And then we'll know what kind of player Quad Isle really is.
See, this is what you have to love about these higher level mind games, where it's all about learning about your opponent. And I think there's no better way to develop friendships than to learn so much of them through a challenge like this.
You're absolutely right. When you build that mental playbook, you're getting more than the moves of your opponent. You're learning about them. You're learning about their courage. You're learning about when they feel strong, when they feel weak. And while that can be weaponized in the game, you see that turn into a great, deep respect outside the game. And honestly, the respect is maintained within matches too. That's why, if you recall the match I had against Holy Spear, we played the way we did because of that respect we've developed over the dozens of matches that we've played against each other. I had the supreme pleasure of playing for over an hour straight a few nights back, and we learned so much, and we grew so much.
It's absolutely beautiful seeing that develop, seeing that come to fruition. All those hours dedicated to the game, rewarding the players. Where
this may be the game match. Sorry to interrupt there, but we have 1-1 on Heliodor Quad Isle, and it's sealed, and that's where we see it, a paper player.
Absolutely incredible.
Plenty of papers. We saw plenty of rocks on the side of Heliodor, which we knew we'd see, because Heliodor rocks.
This was a very careful play by Quad Isle. It was very scary play. It took a lot of bravery to commit so thoroughly to a plan like this because of how much risk. All of that stake on the last round, but it paid off.
You're absolutely right.
What other way to catch a stone player than to make him play stone?
Absolutely. Heliodor is a strong stone player, and I may have said that we could expect stones out of him, but you don't know when those rocks come out. That's the key. Like we said, scissors player, not about playing scissors all the time, about when to play the scissors. Rock player, not about playing rock all the time, knowing when to play rock. And dare I say it, paper players, not about paying paper every time. It's about knowing when to play paper.
Too much love can be a bad thing.
Absolutely. You don't want to smother the hand. You don't want to smother the play.
I want to say that this was a beautiful poetic end to Heliodor's rounds. In the past, they've managed to absolutely snatch victory from the claws of defeat. They've made so many comebacks in the past in their old games. They've managed to win in spite of everything, and it's beautiful seeing that reflected back at him, where right before he wins, he has everything clasped together. He's the one who gets slipped on. It's a beautiful poetic irony.
Absolutely. I think Heliodor should be applauded. I think we've got an entire new generation of players who are going to be seeing guts like that. To stick to your guns, to stick to your philosophy, to stick to your way of life in the game, and be respected for it, and to be respectful. That's another thing. This guy, filled with respect. Always respectful, always kind, on and off the ring. Now, we're about to see two more champions, Remed and Sumireko.
Remed and Sumireko is absolutely exciting, absolutely thrilling. We've seen a lot from Sumi's professional career. We've seen a lot of advancements in the game from Remed's technical experimentations. You know, a lot of incredible things that we thought was not possible in the game pulled off by Remed, and we're gonna see Sumi have to pull up against it. You know, in the past few games,
Absolutely.
Remed has had an indomitable wall, and unfortunately, you know, this last round they showed him that that's not completely bulletproof. Well, I want to see if Sumi's going to take advantage of that, or if he'll just be washed up with this coming tide of these advanced techniques.
Admin Smuggles is telling us that Sumi is taking his time on his first play. I think that this is the kind of careful due diligence that has allowed him to fight through the loser's bracket and to make it this far. Remed has only just dropped in.
Yes, you don't want to do any. You don't want to like rush yourself when you're fighting up against an experimental player like Remed. Ooh,
Absolutely.
double rock. This looks like ancient history, but this is the modern world. Just
Mhm.
to the blind players who have not seen the work these guys have put on, this might have seemed textbook. This might have seemed classic. This might have seemed rookie. But what we're looking at here, this is the front. This is the edge. This is something new, and I'm excited to see what they're going to follow up with.
Me too, my friend. Me too. Incredible play from Sumi.
Oh, beautiful.
Remed doing
See, and-
some great work, but he's getting beat out by Sumi's tactical thinking.
Absolutely beautiful. You see that versatility on Sumi's end, his ability to read the situation, plan around it, and plot a good counter.
Absolutely.
say-
The versatility to stick to rock. You know, he's versatile in his ability to commit. Many get that early play, get that clash, and they get fearful. We've talked about it before, but there is an anti-streak psychology. It's worsened when suffering losses, which he didn't here. But nonetheless, it's admirable to commit.
True.
But Remed could come back.
He knew what he was signing up for when he got experimental here, but that's where he gets his big rewards. Ooh. Ooh, that's the art of the deal right there, baby. Ooh. You take a chance and you risk it all, that's how it goes.
A very clever play by Sumi Reko. Sumi getting his second point in the match. And I do believe that means he's moving up.
Absolutely deadly. We've seen Sumi in the past completely pull himself out of the pit, out of the fire, and we're seeing him like make the climb back up here again. We're gonna see if he makes it all the way.
Absolutely. When I faced him early on and knocked him out, I said that we should not be surprised if we see him fight all the way back to the very end out of losers. And I would not be surprised if we see that happen here today.
He may not have the history of comebacks like Sam, like Helador, but he definitely has that that survivability, that almost resurrection skill. We've seen him work miracles before, and we might see that happen again.
All right, it looks like I'm up again, this time against Fish. After the Malaysian representation and the show of confidence that was, I admit, I've got butterflies in my stomach. But we're going to see what happens.
I think the best way to respect that is by doing your best and giving him the fight that he deserves.
Absolutely, absolutely. There's nothing better than showing your respect through a good play. So we'll see what I can pull off. I'm sweating. I'm worried. I think this could be the end, but if it is, I will have nothing but respect for the victor, and I will be pleased to have gotten this far and to have fought so many incredible rock, paper, scissors players.
All right, best of luck.
Thank you so much.
All right, Worm's squaring up against Fish here. We've seen a lot of deadly work by Fish. We've seen them cutting some people up, so This might be, you know, a really scary play. If they go into open, he might take advantage of that really easily. So it might be one of the few times where, I know this might sound like absolute, like it might sound like you're drilling it in, but you gotta have that defense. Defense is everything.
Yeah, defense. To those just tuning in, to those who are beginners in rock, paper, scissors, who are looking to edge up their game, defense is key. Always play with a defensive edge if you want to make it all the way through the tournament. Whew. Well, that said, I've got to figure out my next play.
Ooh. See, they're both going for the technical openings. They're going for some advanced plays. I want to know if they're going to go a little bit risky with their, if they're going to lean off of the textbook, lean off of the science of it, and see if they've got a good feel on the opponent, a good read on their skills. Because right now they are being very mechanical. They're studying. They're using a lot of their knowledge on this. Ooh, and that's what. See, this is what I've always been saying. That over defensive nature here, where having that aggression really managed to just completely rout him.
Absolutely.
That willingness to switch off. You know, if you're a new player, you just have to have this drilled in. You have to write this down. Be offensive, play offense, be aggressive. Do not you know, if you commit to defense, you are going to lose. If you play defense, you know, offense is everything.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I fell through because my offense wasn't as strong. But the match is not over yet.
Worm, do you believe in God?
Absolutely not, no.
Fascinating. We'll see how that comes into play.
Yeah. I do think that could be the deciding factor here. I know Fish is a devout believer in something. Perhaps the heart of the cards, perhaps the fingers of the hand.
Incredible. See, you know what? You know, I don't care what your religion is, what your beliefs or spirituality is. You cannot deny the magic of this game here. The magic of rock, paper, scissors. And I don't mean that in a literal sense. I'm just saying that they have so much spirit. This is what we live for. Love to see it. Incredible plays here.
This is a tough one. I'm really having to think about this.
Dangerous.
Yeah, this perhaps, I wouldn't be surprised if this is the end of my run right here. I think I've been pushed into such a corner here by Fish's incredibly inventive play here.
You know, that's the thing about this, is that, like, sometimes the best move is not enough. Sometimes, you know, you just get completely cornered, but you still got to give it your all.
Absolutely.
And sometimes, just sometimes, that's all it takes to break through. A winner never stops trying. That's right.
Absolutely.
A winner never stops trying. Ooh, powerful. See, we're seeing that winner mentality seeping off of Fish. You know, for people with a winner mentality, there's a positive thing waiting for you, no matter the outcome. For those with the loser mentality, if there's a negative outcome anywhere along the way, you perceive that you've lost. You know, this round is still cooking.
Absolutely. I feel like we're really getting a taste of Fish's courage and his interest in growing as a player here. This is a heated match.
This is getting really, really nasty. You know, it might seem a little violent for some of the younger viewers, but this is getting pretty heavy.
whew, frankly, I might need a cooldown break after a round like this. This is genuinely pushing me to the brink. But that's what we love about rock, paper, scissors. This is the kind of gameplay that we come to expect.
It really tests everything from you. And people say it takes too much, but people, this game gives so much.
I have an odd sensation. I think this might be the deciding factor. This might be the deciding hand. Either way it goes, a fantastic game. And it was.
Ooh.
Incredible, incredible play from Fish.
So clean.
Absolutely stellar match. Thank you so much for playing in this tournament today, Fish. And thank you for giving me the opportunity to play against you.
Absolutely destructive. That's what you get from that confidence in your play. If you want to be a great champion, you have to believe you're the best. And if you're not, pretend that you are. Am I right?
Absolutely. Fake it till you make it.
Well, confidence is everything. Write that down. That's, confidence is everything.
Yeah, if you're just tuning in, if you're new to rock, paper, scissors, if you don't know, if you want to up your game, you've got to understand confidence is king.
Yeah, nothing else matters. Forget everything else. Confidence is king.
It looks like we've got Quad Isle and Sumi. This is going to be genuine. A really interesting match.
Let's see. This is going to be, I'm thinking this is going to be a short match. Not because of not because there's low skill players involved, but because the skills are so high. We've got some deadly players here. One right move and it's over.
I meant to bring this up during the remed match, but there's actually quite a history of algorithms being used in rock, paper, scissors play. Have you ever heard of Locaine Powder? It won the first international Rochambeau programming competition in 1999. It used a heuristically designed compilation of strategies, which, frankly, I do have to wonder, does Remed purely use a system that pops out random guesses? Because he's made it quite far. And I think I'd like to know, if Remed is in the audience right now, if Remed is listening, I would like to know. Maybe he could comment in the chat, maybe he could comment in the server, whether he's getting purely random results. Or, you know what? I think I might be getting ahead of myself. He did say he'd be sharing his notes at the end of the tournament, I guess. My excitement for the developments in this game might be pushing me to jump the gun a little bit. But what can I say? I'm excited for such inventive play. Now, let's see Sumi and Quad Isle.
Sumi versus Quad Isle. This is the match that everyone has been waiting for. Sumi prepping up, getting ready. He's gonna pull out another stealthy win with this one. I can tell.
It looks like admin is saying that Sumi is taking his time once again to think about his strategies very in depth, making sure he knows what he's doing. And I can't give anything but the highest respects for anyone who's willing to really put the time in to think about their plays.
Do you smell that? I'm smelling a winner.
I know. I'm smelling two winners. Because either way, either man walks away with a dub. If you lose a match, you are still learning lessons. The crazy
Yes.
thing about rock, paper, scissors, and the thing that I admire so much, the thing that keeps me coming back to this game, is the fact that you can lose and walk away with information on the one who beat you. So next time you come back, you've analyzed the patterns, you have that mental model, you understand what they're going to do,
Absolutely.
and you
Where
come
it's
back and you get a win.
You start getting the feeling that you might have wished you had lost some matches, just because when you lose matches is when you start winning. If you're not losing matches, you are not playing the game.
Absolutely. People are not willing to lose sometimes, and that's why this is a hard game to get into. A lot of people are afraid of taking that L. Some people are afraid of learning, because learning can be hard. Learning requires being able to skin those knees and get back up off the ground and keep walking. We've got someone in chat letting us know that Sumi has read The Art of War. Quote from Sun Tzu, ponder and deliberate before you make a move. Very good advice. For those just tuning in, for those new to rock, paper, scissors, thinking is a vital part of this game. Deliberating, thinking, considering your options, absolutely core to making any kind of headway in this game.
I heard that in the classic days, before we had Fire Emblem to teach our people how to fight and plan warfare, they would play rock, paper, scissors.
Really? That is incredibly interesting. I can feel the hands coming. Rock to rock.
Ooh, absolutely iconic. Two deadly plays clashing together, and sometimes two rights make a wrong, two wrongs make a right. Well, sometimes two rights, they get you tied.
It looks like Sumi has commented, excuse me, we're the commentators, has commented in the chat letting everyone know that he's sorry for his delay. He just had to formulate ever one of my opponent's moves in my head. Very cool, Sumi. Never apologize for formulating ever one of your opponent's moves in your head. We respect it.
We absolutely love and respect the Mentat meta, but it has been solved before by other Mentats. So you got to be on your toes when it comes to that. Let's see if this is going to play out this time. We're hearing that they're doing some pretty heavy planning. It seems as though they might even be running some simulations behind the scenes.
Very interesting play. Committing to rock, getting the victory over the scissors. That puts them in a very nice place. Victory is secure.
Absolutely. See, it's taking that territory and then prepping, pushing your advantage. Absolutely deadly. I think this is the third Sumi sweep. Clean kills from Sumi. See, and this was no easy match. He's winning against some real tough players.
I'm excited for this next match that's coming up immediately with no breaks.
That's true. For some reason, I also have in my mind that there will not be any breaks. And I think it's good for the players too. They're not getting any breaks. They're fighting like trains or truckers, whichever one is less likely to take a break. All right, I want to hear in the chat, what's better? No breaks. What's better, a train or a trucker? As in terms of breaks.
And
I don't mean a train
Holy
driver.
Spirit in chat is saying, "Oh hell nah," but I can't tell whether that is because he is worried about taking a break. Well, regardless, we have Mine Cannon and Boopy. What are you thinking? Mine Cannon has made it very far with his strategy, and it looks like he's sticking to it, and really, I don't see why he wouldn't with how successful it's been. Do you think we're going to see him commit to it fully as we have before?
I think you have to. I think that you always got to overcommit.
Mm-hmm.
Overcommitting has never led to anyone's loss.
I think you're right. Frankly, I have my thoughts on which way this could go, but I think with his committal efforts, his committal mindset, and Boopy's very interesting dynamic plays up into this point in the bracket, I think we're down for an incredible match either way. Seems they're thinking, which
we're
is a
seeing
good
some
sign.
planning here. This is going to be a strategic move. They're gambling hard. In terms of the environment, they have set up quite a beautiful little terrain here for them to play off of.
Right,
You know,
right.
even though Mind has a little bit of a lead, not to say he has the game in the bag.
Oh, very interesting. Playing paper after scissors. Not an uncommon play.
Honestly,
A very effective one, however.
a little bit politically driven, if I'm being completely frank.
How do
But
you say?
you can't avoid the outside influences. This is a very inspired game, very human game. So you do get these outside influences coming in all the time.
Why do you suppose that it's so influenced?
I don't think it's my place to say.
That's fair enough. I think as commentators, we have to stay out of the
Yeah,
politics.
we're not allowed to get into politics.
All types of people with all types of views are allowed to play rock, paper, scissors, and should be accepted into the rock, paper, scissors community.
And I know
don't
that
think
some
that's
old
up for any
heads
debate.
might disagree, but it's not up for debate.
Not up for debate. All it takes is a hand, or even a friend with a hand who's willing to play for you. I think one of the greatest beauties of our sport is that anyone can play. This is an accessible sport, an accessible pastime. Rock, paper, scissors can be played by the young, the old, the fit, the chubby, those with any form of terrible disease, those dying and those living.
And
This is a game for all.
and it might sound like a bit unfair to mention people without hands when it comes to rock, paper, scissors, but there are very many ways to play this game. Don't feel any discouragement.
Absolutely. Just get yourself a friend who's willing to make a hand for you, learn to get flexible with your toes, or any number of other options. You can have buttons that indicate which your choice is. Oh, it looks like Boopy has secured the win.
Ooh,
Wow.
absolutely dreadful the way you gotta, tear that win apart. But he really seized that win.
Frankly, I think it's worth noting that Mind was incredibly committed the entire game. I'm talking the whole tournament, rock after rock after rock after rock. We're talking about somebody who understands themselves. It takes a lot of introspection to become the type of rock, paper, scissors player who can throw the same hand round after round, match after match, all throughout a tournament bracket, knowing that others are watching, knowing that others might play around your committal efforts. His commitments to the
See, a
rock.
lot of people, they want to play the game. They want to play the battle, but they don't want to do the inner battle. They don't want to face the inner challenge. And those are the people that are winners, and those are the people that are losers.
Right.
I don't think anyone's ever gotten lucky enough to win when you have not fought the inner battle that it takes to get to this point.
Absolutely not. You are very correct there. We are now going to Rondazales versus Holy. Rondazales, as we've mentioned before, an incredible, solid old head, but as we've seen before, willing to keep it dynamic, and, little known fact, one of the two big bosses of DuelSeries. Whether he wins or loses, we are thankful to Rondazales for making all this happen, alongside Smuggles. Double rock opening. Very, very interesting play.
You know what? Feels like history, but it looks like the future.
I couldn't have put it better myself. The next move is coming quickly. I can feel it in the air. Oh, and Rondazales willing to switch it up, willing to venture into the unknown and play paper after playing rock.
And absolutely so quickly, too. That
oh, yeah.
reactivity there, that dynamic play.
Now that he's up tempo with one on his side, Holy Spear holding out at 0. This could be the turning of the tides. Rondazales could clinch the win, but we just don't know. Holy Spear has shown high potential to come back from these early leads. And I think we have to keep that in mind lest we start to worry, lest we start to think that this game is solved. And like I said, Holy Spear with the comeback play, bringing it 1-1. Now, I don't want anyone to forget, Holy Spear was the one that knocked me out of winners. And how did he do it? Losing a point, gaining a point to even it out, and securing the victory. Rondazales is going to have to bring everything that he has with him to take the victory here. And I don't think he has any other plans. That's exactly what he plans to do. Which one's going to win? Which one's going home? We don't know. But I'm excited to see it, and I hope you are too. Oh, and Holy
devastating.
Spear follows up just like his match against me.
This is like Dark Souls, I gotta tell you. This is like Dark Souls to me.
Yeah.
The way that you gotta evade and react to your opponent, no one could get lucky enough to pull this off.
Absolutely. Incredible game on both sides. Holy Spear taking another win from behind. I cannot overstate my admiration for these fighters.
Ooh, we're facing up against Boopy again. If you guys remember Boopy from before, they've been completely destroying. They're absolutely deadly player here. We want to see maybe. We're gonna see if maybe Holy Spear is gonna get a little overeager. If they might, break and react and play reactively. Under these pressure, you can't be helped. But whoever breaks first, that's gonna be who's gonna make the right moves.
This reminds me a lot of Bacteria. And it looks like the next match in the losers' quarters is going to be Rondazales and I.
Impossible.
That's exciting business.
That's going to be a little bit scary. You're playing someone who's got a nice seasons past.
But first, Boopy and Holy Spear. Sorry for getting a little excited about my own matches there. I can't be getting too excited about that. First up, Boopy, Holy Spear, first to 3 points. That's right. This is the first match of the tournament. 3 of 5.
So this is going to really test their endurance.
Very much so. This could go on much longer than what we've been used to up until this point. So if you're getting tired, try to hold on. Oh, and an immediate tie. Very interesting. I don't know what's going through the player's heads right now, and I couldn't warrant a guess. This is high level play right now.
I'm really thinking that this is a little intentional. They're playing with each other, and I really think it's they're playing off some dark stuff. I really think that they're playing off some, and you know, sometimes this game gets real. Sometimes you gotta play off a bit of harsh stuff to get into the player's head.
There's undeniably a bloodlust here.
People are, you know, they're getting committed this far in the game. They're gonna play a little dirty.
Boopy instantly alternating into the scissors, putting Holy Spear's second paper clean in half, taking a point, first of what may be three. You know, having been a very, very potent player many times in the past, do you have any thoughts right now on what could be going through Boopy or Holy Spear's heads right now?
I'm thinking that you know, Holy Spear, they're a little bit, they're overthinking it. They're a little too focused on the game, but unfortunately, I think Boopy, they might be a little bit. They've got a lot of pressure on them. They've got a little bit of. I'm thinking that Boopy might make a slip up here. Is what I'm thinking here. Just the way that they're kind of thinking out of the game.
I think that was very much correct. I think what happened here was a perfect storm. Holy Spear is the type to really strike back whenever backed into a corner. We've seen that in his last few matches. He'll take a loss early on, and then he'll come back swinging to take the win. And Boopy is usually the type to take a loss early on themselves. Unfortunately, unfortunately, they took their dub first, and who knows how that's going to play out.
Yeah, we're playing with a much longer set here, so their strategy might need some updates. It's been a little untested with this set of players at this length. They might, you know, maybe it'll burn out too soon. Maybe they could have held off, or maybe it's just right, and it'll give them the type of space they need to endure these later rounds.
Now, remind me, what did they just play? Do you recall? Well, nonetheless, paper for a tie. We really do have locked horns. The Bulls are fighting.
They're coming in here for the long haul.
Absolutely. It doesn't matter that this is a long tournament. It doesn't matter that they've fought long rounds, tough rounds against champions. They're still in it. Not a breath wasted. Plenty more to come. Their hearts are pumping. Their minds are strong. They're ready to win.
Are you thinking that this might be the type of bloodlust that has been lingering since the start? Because I feel like this isn't the kind of thing where they worked it up from the tournament and, you know, the heat of the game. I'm thinking they have it out for each other the way they're playing.
You're thinking there's external beef?
I just think that they've got a lot of heat. Maybe there's some jealousy. Maybe there's some, I can't say what, but there's some wrath in these plays. Maybe this is just a new style coming up.
It's possible. We do know a lot about Holy Spear, not as much about Boopy when it comes to rock, paper, scissors, Rochambeau, if you will. And seeing these two go at it this way, I wouldn't be surprised if there's something else going on. If there's some sort of rivalry, if there's some sort of angst or anger, wrath, perhaps. We don't know where Boopy's coming from. We know that Holy Spear is a seasoned expert, but there is a lot of drama, unfortunately, in the greater scene. There are a lot of moments outside of these tournaments on the informal play, and sometimes in the formal play, where people really rev up some grudges. And we're seeing that now with Boopy crushing Holy Spear Scissors to smithereens to claim his second point. This puts Holy Spear in a terribly dangerous situation. A single loss more could put him down into the loser's bracket. While he doesn't need to worry about that ending him, as he can fight his way up from there, he still should find himself concerned. And I think he will. We'll have to see what effect that has on his future plays.
Are you thinking that he might be a little bit intimidated from Stones after that last play? Because it was a little bit harsh.
I wouldn't be surprised, but Holy Spear is seasoned. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw him throw out his own. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw him throw out paper to dominate a stone. I wouldn't be surprised if he threw out scissors to show that he's not afraid.
Honestly, with the way they've been playing, this might be a bit of an extended version of their old strategy, where they're pacing out the match, but far deeper than they have the other times.
Oh, you're saying that Holy Spear gave that second point to regain his underdog status that he always so successfully fights back from?
I don't think that it's just a status thing or a drama thing. I think it's genuinely part of the strategy to get into their head. We're seeing some interesting plays. It's hard to know how this would have shaken out if it had been any other way. With double
we're
stone,
seeing give and take. We're seeing clashing. This is really the rock paper scissors fanatics rock paper scissors game. We're getting everything you could ask for. We've seen some sequences, and frankly, I don't know which way this could go. I would like to think, as someone who was knocked out by Holy Spear, I would like, in my own bias, to see him take the crown. I would like to see him come back from this 2-1. But Boopy is not to be underestimated. Boopy has a fury behind his hand. Boopy is ready to take that throne. Boopy is ready to take blood, to shed blood. And it's over just like that.
ooh, you know, pushing your luck, testing your limits, overexerting yourself. That's, you know, it's that will to win that gets outplayed, you know.
Wow. I'm in awe by this play.
Truly.
By that match was simply incredible, but that's what we have to expect. That was the winners finals. Ooh, all right. Well, the losers' quarters. Ron Gonzalez, warm. I think for this match, I'm sensing a particular energy. I'm gonna have to play excruciatingly careful if I want to grab this win. Ooh.
We've got our best fighter up here against some of our best fighters. It's going to be a tough fight against Ron Gonzalez. You know that they're a seasoned veteran. And I don't know if this is the right matchup for Warren. He's a very technical player fighting up against someone who, you know, is just pure experience. Pure, lived, no theory. I mean, the only theory that's been truly tested. So we're going to see some interesting plays.
Now, I am taking one moment to exchange some words with my competitor, respectful words before our match. Getting this far, I hope you all don't mind. Just some private exchange.
Oh my god, I can't believe it. Worm's putting in money, telling him to throw the match. It's too important for him.
You can't be saying that. That's
Offering
not
money to throw the match. That's insane. Absolutely disgusting.
true. Well, you know me.
But luckily enough, with the mandate of heaven governing the outcome of this match and all matches in this tournament, It won't matter. It'll be all skill in the end of the day.
All right. We've exchanged our words, I think. Oh, no?
Nope, more words?
Looks like there's more message coming in. Oh,
More
typing
words?
stopped. This is more intense than the match, frankly. Oh, typing started.
Oh, love
wonder
you
what he's
letter?
saying.
Nope. Will it be love you?
Potentially. And he said lol to me.
All right.
I
That's,
see.
What does that mean in like
Typically that's short
in
for
this
League
context?
of Legends. Oh, it appears admin's telling us to hurry up. All right, it's time to play. That was a close one. I actually almost sent my friend Ron Gonzalez
Just
my first
immediately,
play.
you're gonna submit all of your fights to the opponent.
Yeah, that would have been a serious gaffe.
It would have been interesting if like this was like a legal setup where you have to do discovery and you send all of your evidence to the other lawyer first.
All right.
Okay. Not what I would think. What was running through your mind here? Absolutely. I mean, are you allowed to tell us, or do you don't want to risk?
I
too
think
much
I'm willing to
information?
share it. Ron Gonzalez plays rock. That's it. He'll play rock. I just kind of felt that was the case. He's played scissors before, but he was going to play rock. I just kind of felt that was the vibe.
I think it was a stupid move. I'll be real.
Yeah.
You're lucky it worked for you. That's
Yeah, it was. I'll be real. It was a freaking stupid.
a
move.
bit of a Hail Mary, dude. What the heck are you on?
I'm so freaking lucky, dude.
Remember, guys, we've been saying this since the beginning. Luck is everything.
Yeah, if you're just tuning in, if this is your first time seeing rock paper scissors played, if you're unfamiliar with the game, the key to this game is luck. If you don't have luck, you may as well not even try playing.
So get your luck stat grown, dude. Get that shit grown. Go to a temple. Apologize. Get that luck up. Donate to charity.
And that's over. We are not playing first to 3 in the losers quarter. So I will be moving forward. Thank you to Drew. Unfortunately, I do have to leave. I was told by Ron Gonzalez that if he loses that match, I am fired as a commentator. So I'm going to head out. See you later, guys.
That's disgusting. Well, that's the thing about these types of games, is they're very high stakes. Your career could be on the line at any moment. You get canceled for anything these days. I knew some people who were trying to start the paper meta. Paper players. They got canceled. You just can't say anything these days. Like, oh, what if we only play paper? You just get all this hate for these paper players. It's not fair. You know what? I don't need warm. You just hold me back.
And it looks like I have been given the okay to come back by Ron Gonzalez. Wonderful news, for me anyways.
That's
I
awful.
hope to see some great matches moving forward. It looks like next we've got Mind Cannon and Sumi Reko. I'm excited for this match personally. I know both of these gentlemen personally, have seen them in person. They're real people, not bots, not fake. And they're going to play some real rock, paper, scissors.
I love to imagine what happened behind the scenes there was just like you and me, like 10 seconds of me on my own. I got too political too quickly, and they're like, we got to reel this guy back in.
You just start sharing some radical beliefs.
Yeah, where it's like, I believe the world best paper player, freaking Joan Jocks, was not killed in an accident. I think it was a murder.
Damn, that is kind of a crazy take to share. I'm not even sure if we can remain monetized after that. I kind of wish you would have kept that to yourself, like even as a joke.
I meant in Minecraft, which is where you can find the shears.
Oh, of course. Wow.
Yeah,
incredible plays right off the bat. Mine Cannon.
This is what I've been waiting for. This beautiful clash here.
Oh.
Some of the toughest players here. Sumi rocking it. Really rocking it.
Well, that was a close call. My audio device died because as much battery as it can hold, it wasn't prepared for matches like these.
You know, who really is? This world wasn't made for matches like these.
They don't really make competitors like
Mine. This is insane, though, this game that they're playing, buddy.
It is incredible, the game Mind Cannon is playing. Sticking to rock, I genuinely don't know if there are many other competitors with the type of play that we're seeing from Mind Cannon right now. All the respect in the world to Sumi. Clearly playing exceptionally well, taking 2 wins in a row right off the bat, but Mind Cannon demands respect.
Let's see if this is going to be the turnaround, because you know sometimes there are some sudden shifts. People really, they start treading hard and then they get slain.
And it looks like there will be no comeback because that match is already over. But perhaps in the future.
That's impossible.
And like lottery. It rhymes.
This is impossible.
I knock Sumi out of winners. I get knocked out of winners. And in the losers semis, we meet again. The divine mandate speaks.
This is the revenge match of the century here. I did not think we would be seeing this. Mostly because I thought Sumi would have been washed out way long. I'm kidding. Mostly thought that Worm would have been washed out way long ago.
After the plays I've seen from Sumi, genuinely surprised.
I'm starting to feel that maybe... I'm thinking... That's funny. I'm thinking Worm might have an unfair advantage because he's been tuned to the pacing of all these other players. And, you know, with the experience he has already, going up against Sumi is probably going to be a little bit tricky on Sumi's part. But let's see how he plays it. So I'm just going to try to, you know, I'm trying to do this new style where I'm going to be putting down Worm and to see if that'll make him play better.
It's worth a try, but you might be giving me an unfair advantage by doing so. Maybe you should talk both of us down. After all, we are in the losers bracket.
I don't think Sumi needs talking down. Look at where he's at. Well, he's pathetic. Genuinely
that's not very nice.
Pathetic. Sumi,
now, I know that he's harmed you and your family multiple times before, broke the covenant, and also dishonored your king. But I personally don't think there's any room for that type of talk.
Listen, dude, you don't understand politics, man. You were grown in a mushroom forest. You know, I take that back. You know, you got hands. Ooh.
I have exactly one hand, and it's playing rock. And it's playing rock on the first turn because we are playing off meta.
See, this is insane. That's treacherous. You're a snake, man. You're fighting that snake style. You got that. You know, that's what it takes. It's all mind games. You got to be willing to trick. And some people, they have that morality keeping them from doing it.
You're right.
Worm ripping the band-aid off, playing rough. Is Sumi going to see that? Sometimes his paladin gene kicks in, and he can counter plays like this.
And
You
that's
know,
why he
Sumi,
dishonored your king. That's why he harmed your family,
yeah,
because you come from a long lineage of
yes,
evil
but
wizards who
yeah,
serve an evil
exactly.
king.
Destroyed my king. It was the mandate of heaven. That's why I go obsessed with it because decides whether or not kings get killed or destroyed. Umi might be playing out destroy evil, casting out destroy evil, smashing this counterplay, absolutely deadly. See, Sumi got a taste of the snake, and he knew he could play his moral high ground.
This is an incredible spot to be in. 1-1. The next one takes it. I've said it before. I've said it every match I've played. I've said it every time I've been backed into a corner. But either way this goes, only the greatest respect. Incredible.
Oh my god. That's insane.
This is what I mean when I say that this is an ever-evolving game. When we see people learn, Sumi took up the mantle of Mind Cannon. After taking him down, he saw the honor, he saw the moves, he saw what it looks like to be
absorb that power and smash with it. This guy's insane.
Is great.
I just want you guys to think about like what you would have done in this situation, because would you ever expect a double down where both people double down to your detriment? Impossible to predict. Well, not impossible, but that was a tough play, dude. Absolutely clean and deadly. I can't even be mad, even though Sumi destroyed my family. I can't even be mad. And this is going to decide who's going to be the finalist. Will Holy Spear or Sumi be the next contender to the throne? This is going to be some tough competition for Boopy. Huh?
A great match coming up. Holy Spear and Sumi. This is exciting stuff for me, especially as these are the two who knocked me out of the game. I don't know who to root for.
This is going to be insane because this is two. We've got Holy Spear Sumi. This is two moral aligned characters. You know, we've got that. Got that spiritual benefit on both sides. And I want to see which aura is going to break through because evil on evil, that does critical damage. Good on good, I think that does. I think that's resistant. That's nullified, right? Mm-hmm. So this might be a long match.
For those just tuning in or tuning out, Holy Spear and Sumi Reko are currently fighting for the title of the winner of the losers bracket to return and fight the current reigning queen of the winners bracket, Boopy, for the title of the Ultimate Rock Paper Scissors Duel Series first time champ.
We've got a strong opening play. We've got double scissors. They're playing a little bit technical. They might be leaning into some kind of planned out strategies. They might have been prepping a bit hard on each other. So this might show us that they've been reading pretty deep. They've been studying, watching the matches. They know it's cooking. So they're laying a bit of groundwork here. They're playing it slow for now, but I'm excited to see that tab pop off. Oh, and we're already getting some heat. Completely, they both strip off right out of the way. They're not going to slow burn on scissors here. They're going to go for the kill. And it seems like Holy Spear managed to get the grab on it. We're going to see exactly how Sumi's going to counter this. If they have any kind of momentum there. It's going to be hard to rebuild that momentum after a setback like this.
If anyone could do it, though, it's Sumi Reko.
It's true. Sumi is a fast player. Sumi can run, catch up, step up, leap over. You know, this might be a chance to regain this lost ground. And maybe in that gained momentum, finish cleanly. Sumi has done many sweeps before. But, you know, this might be a little bit hard to see a rebound sweep. This is... Alright. This is neat. They're buttering up the momentum here. They're both buffering here, giving it a little bit of space. Was this planned? Was Sumi going in for a kill? Was Holy Spear going in for a kill? Or were they trying to buy some space?
Yeah, really? This could go either way. Sumi able to bring it to a clash instead of taking another point loss. So
this is going to be hard to read on each other. The first person to repeat might be the one that wins the trick here, because we've been switching pretty hard. A lot of switches here, right?
Absolutely. This is very dynamic play, and I don't think anyone should be surprised, no matter what the outcome.
True. And besides, we all know that Sumi, worse luck. He's gonna lose, just on bad luck. Sumi may deserve to win, but will lose on bad luck. Oh, I'm wrong.
I don't know. I think it looks like Holy Spear also deserves to win, but also just terrible luck. No, this was definitely not incredibly high IQ plays here. I think both guys just got a little silly with it. But this deciding one will surely be all strategy. There will be no room for luck anymore.
Oh, yeah. Does Sumi finally have a read? Does Holy Spear finally have a read? Or are they still blind?
I can sense a great deal of thought going into these moves. I'm excited. I hope the audience is excited, because this is the losers'
What
finals.
would you play here? What would you play here?
Which side would I
go
be?
paper. I'd be Sumi.
Me?
I'd play paper.
Yeah. Well,
Oh,
I'm glad for
this-
his sake.
This
that,
is.
he
I
went
would have
wrong.
been cooked.
You would have been cooked. You would have been a goose.
Dang.
But Sumi learned a lot from his bouts versus Mindkin. However, I can't, and I cannot give too much credit to Mind Cannon in the lesson that he taught, because Sumi is known for his double rocks. In fact, to my understanding, to my recollection, I believe he's played a double rock in every single round up until this point. So let's see. Sumi is now up one. This being the losers' finals, they are fighting to 3 of 5. And hands, rock. There we go. The rock repeat that Sumi has become known for, and that Sumi has learned is so powerful from his ally, from his friend, Mind Cannon.
You know what? I think this has decided it. You know, this is pushing in too much ground for Sumi. I think Sumi's going to take from what he got here.
An interesting observation. We'll have to see. We'll have to see whether what you've said proves to be right. I personally have a great deal of faith that Sumi can swap feet. He can rotate. He can pivot into a different style. However, Holy Spear cannot be underestimated. We cannot focus entirely on Sumi's game plan because it's not about the one player. Does Holy Spear have the read? Has he downloaded Sumi? Does he get it? Does he have the profile? Does Sumi have the right profile? He might.
Sumi could be the best player in the world, but if you've been red, you can't win.
Absolutely. Cannot agree more. But I think what this really comes down to, who's playing offense.
That's right.
Offense is key in rock, paper, scissors. If you've
Yes.
ever played rock, paper, scissors before, you've got to understand
you have
that
to
you've
know.
got to keep the offense going. You've gotta keep
Offense
pushing,
is key
and you
because
cannot
whoever is
let
playing
up.
offense will lose. Remember, defense is everything.
Absolutely. Defense
Absolutely.
is everything in rock, paper, scissors.
It's
If you're new,
everything
if you're
because
just
it'll-
tuning in,
because Defense is everything because it gives you the breathing room to win if you're playing offensively.
And I've
Play
just gotten word from
offensively.
the admin. Sounds like we're still waiting for a moment. It sounds like Sumi is doing some breathing exercises and channeling
Raising his
key
kami.
energy.
We all know Sumi has a lot of kami. Sumi has a lot of key energy.
Absolutely.
It should almost count as cheating if they weren't against Holy Spear.
Yeah, we all know that while Holy Spear is lower on key energy, his spiritual energy is on an exceedingly high plane. I wouldn't be hesitant to claim that his spiritual energy may have been what knocked me out of the tournament myself. I think his spiritual energy versus Sumireko's ki is a sincere, even matchup. But we're going to see. Has the stamina beaten either of them down? Has this endurance race that this tournament has become battered either of them down?
You cook a little too hard, you will start making mistakes, you know? They won't even notice when they're drained. And that's when you make mistakes. You make slip-ups.
But if I had to make a bet, ki.
Ooh,
And it
beautiful.
looks like he
Sumi
wins out.
was cheating. This has to be cheating. Look at how much time they took to plan and energize this, all for a win. What are the odds? Odds? Who asked odds? This is all skill, no luck. Thank you, Sumi, for winning.
Good job, Sumi. Great
Holy
job.
Spear, incredible
Everyone.
play.
Holy Spear, incredible play. Beautiful.
This was a tough match, and we love this, giving Sumi the fight of his life.
Sumi fighting all the way back to winners for the grand finals. Wow. And Boopy, of course, current queen of winners bracket with not a single loss, can take the win with only a single victory against Sumi, while Sumi would have to win twice against Boopy.
Boopy has been tearing up this battlefield. She has been a menace. We will see what Sumi has prepared here.
I've got nerves. I'm shaking. Are you shaking? Are you nervous?
I'm scared. I'm frightened. Because we've seen some deadly plays from both of these competitors.
Absolutely.
Do you think Sumi will win?
You know, that's a tough call to make. Personally, I think it could go either way.
This is a tough one.
The fact that Sumi has to win twice in a row definitely makes this nerve-wracking for Sumi. For the Sumi fans out there, of which I know there are many
I think the only way
is nerve.
that we can decide this match is if we blackmail the opponents. That's how we can decide this outcome.
Right. As commentators, I do believe it is our job to rig the tournament.
You know, it wouldn't be a fun match if it wasn't already decided from the beginning.
Admin is saying that they do have Sumi's family captured right now.
Yes, we're saying we're getting reports from Sumi. No, we're not. Sumi, we have killed him. We took it too far. We killed Sumi.
And we're in the match, Boopy versus Sumi Reko. Who will win? Who will take second place? This could be the decider, or this could only lead to another match between the two if Sumi takes a win. This is exciting. I want to hear everyone roaring in the audience. All the respect to all the players who've made it, who took their time out of their days, who put their spirit into getting these two to the top. They're standing on the shoulders of giants, but they themselves are giants.
All right, I'm going to put all my hope on Boopy. We're going to see if Boopy can finally put a stop to Sumi.
And I'll put all my hope into Sumi and see if Sumi can put all of his power into stopping Boopy's reign of terror. You know, I think it is no coincidence that both of our top contenders have an E sound at the end of their names.
True,
Sumi,
that's not
Boopy.
no such thing as
divine
coincidence.
mandate. No such thing as coincidence.
There's no such thing as
these
coincidence.
Two were set to win.
They were set to win. They've both been chosen, and this is not an accident.
However, that is not to say this isn't pure skill taking them all the way to the top. I think there is nothing else that can contribute to victories like these. I think this is skill, this is ki, this is spirit energy, this is manifestation, this is practice, this is ritual, this is discipline, this is rock, paper, scissors.
And Boopy's gonna win.
DuelSeries. And Sumi is gonna win.
And Boopy's gonna win.
And it looks like Sumi has promised that all Sumi haters are their houses egged and TP'd later on. Not sure what that means.
Ooh,
but it's a promise. Oh, and a correction, are getting. It looks like we've got and Rock.
Second tie. This is, this close to the end. That having those double ties, not getting any advantage, it must be so stressful.
It must be. And this is what we expect to see on these high-level matches. You either see perfect match after match, clash after clash, or you see an instant wipeout. There's never an in-between. There's never a back and forth. If we see a back and forth here, I'll eat my words. And that's that. Looks like Fooish is, or Fish.
We are getting 10,000
I can't
Sumi
remember
haters.
his name. They're different.
Yeah.
Fui.
Sumi has a lot of hate watchers. We got a lot of Sumi haters. I'm being tweeted at by Sumi haters telling me to rig the match to kill him.
I'm seeing Sumi supporters get sent to hell. Number one, Fortnite #1. That's crazy. Unfortunately for that person, Sumi just caught a point.
That's, you know what? If it weren't for the fact that I was rooting against you, Sumi, I'd call that pure skill. But Boopy, she's gonna pull a turnaround. This is just the start. You've given too much information.
If it weren't for the fact that I was cheering for Sumi, there is no if it weren't for the fact. I was cheering for Sumi, and I'm glad for Sumi. But Boopy is not to be underestimated. I've been saying it time and time again. I've been saying it about every competitor, and I've meant it every time, but now I mean it even more. We only have winners in the ring right now, folks. This is skill.
I'm really thinking Sumi might have overplayed their hand with that last one. I think the Sumi haters might be right. Just to remind everyone, if Sumi loses this match, his family will be torched in a fire.
That's
the specifics have not been settled.
Good.
So he has a lot of pressure riding on this, and he'll be playing the best he's ever played.
Rock, paper, scissors based violence is a very unfortunate, very common occurrence. Many of the organizers, such as our own DuelSeries organizers, are positively bloodthirsty.
The specifics have not been decided as to how we will torch Sumi, but it will happen.
And I think that fear of retribution might have put Sumi back into the even level, the even playing field. I'm hearing, it sounds like administration, sounds like organizers are infighting about whether or not to keep Sumi's family hostage. This is a high-stakes match, folks. People's lives are on the lines. People's futures are on the lines.
I'm hearing debates as to whether or not they should kidnap Sumi next. No updates yet. It's still being deliberated on.
It sounds like Sumi will be spared. Either outcome.
I'm hearing that there is a Sumi militia ready to rescue Sumi if he's kidnapped. I'm seeing reports of Sumi militants. They're dressed as samurai.
Are the Sumi militants mobilizing to rescue his family?
They have not mobilized yet. They're waving their banners. They're standing down for now. But I just like their outfit.
I think we're about to see some hands, frankly. I think it's going to be right about now.
I knew it.
Another time.
Oh, I didn't know.
I think Boopy's charging up something. I think she's got something up her sleeve, and I don't think
putting
it's
some
rock,
tricks
I don't
up.
think it's paper, I don't think it's scissors. I think it might be a point. I think it might be taking a point. I think that might be what's coming next. There's just something in the air.
Okay, if I'm wrong on this guess, if I'm wrong on this next guess, we have to liberate Sumi's family.
Okay, what's your guess?
Sumi's gonna play scissors. Boopy's gonna play rock, and she'll take the point. That's what's gonna happen here.
And
if that doesn't happen,
guess,
I'm willing to bet the liberation of Sumi's family.
Okay, yeah, I guess we're gonna have to see.
And actually, I'll double it. I'll give him a second family.
And I'm gonna bet that Sumi's gonna play rock, and Boopy's gonna play scissors, and Sumi's gonna get a point, and everyone's gonna be liberated, but they're also gonna be eliminated. But we don't know in which order, and we don't know when. Could be today, could be tomorrow, could be
80 years.
Years in the future. It could be in such a way that it all seems natural and unrelated to the tournament. And it looks like both of us are wrong. Everything's canceled out, and Sumi's family. Am I hearing this right? Sumi's family has been released, and the militia has disbanded. We are back.
This is incredible.
To a code white. Everything is returned to status quo.
Everything is back to the status quo. Sumi surrounded by haters and nothing else going on. Completely normal day for Sumi. The Sumi haters, what can we say? They're just part of life.
Yeah, Sumi doesn't let this kind of attention cause him any sort of struggles, cause him any sort of problems. He's learned to let it all slide off his shoulders. Dust that dust off those shoulders. Walk through, walk proud, walk confident towards the next rock, paper, scissors tournament. But he doesn't even need to do that right now because he is already in one. He is already at the grand finals, and he is already a point up on Boopy. But
this is where I think
not gonna let him have it easy.
This is where I think Boopy's finally gonna smash Sumi. Usually losing patience is a bad thing, but here, I'm thinking she's finally been fed up. She's gonna tear Sumi to shreds.
And it looks like Sumi takes another point off Boopy. This
that's
is
crazy. Crazy. That over ambition. Sometimes being too much of a winner can make you lose.
This is reminding me a great deal of the BattleBox competition that was once televised. There's a relation between lifters, which have wedge size and use forklift-like prongs to flip pure wedges, spinners, which are smooth, circular wedges with blades on their bottom side for disabling and breaking lifters, and pure wedges which can flip spinners. Rock, paper, scissors is everywhere. Rock, paper, scissors is here.
Boopy's taking her territory back. She's killing up the win. This is all that rage finally paying off. Years of winning will not put a stop to the winning. And as Warren was saying earlier, once you develop the eye for it, you'll see rock, paper, scissors everywhere.
Earlier, we discussed how rock, paper, scissors is an accessible game, available to all people, playable by all people, But did you know that rock, paper, scissors is also accessible to chimpanzees? In Japan, researchers have taught chimpanzees to identify winning hands according to the rules of rock, paper, scissors. Fun fact. Do you think you could beat a gorilla in rock, paper, scissors? Do you think you could beat a chimp, in rock, paper, scissors, Snail?
I think a chimp would beat all of us, and that's me being honest.
I think you're right. Chimps have no respect for anything. Chimps don't believe in God. They don't believe in divine mandate. They don't believe in rock, paper, scissors. They just know rock, paper, scissors.
But likewise, they are free from the burden of karma. So they have no bad karma. This is getting pretty heated. We've got another tie. They've been bouncing a lot of ties.
I think this is naturally what happens in these high-level plays. You see two people who've read every one of their opponents, who've eaten their way to the top, torn through champions, and have such a high level of intuition that all they're capable of doing is winning. And since both are only capable of winning, neither seeds, and you end up with clash after clash after clash.
You know, just in case there's some Zoomers in the chat, we are not talking about Reddit karma. No one here is particularly a Redditor. We are very normal gamers.
Wow. Sumi takes the point.
Absolutely devastating. I had so much heart for Boopy. I was hoping that she would pull through and destroy this menace. But, you know, as it goes, it goes.
But it's not over. Sumi may have taken this victory from Boopy, but there is one more round. Boopy has not taken a loss before this match. That means Boopy needs another loss if Sumi wants to win, while Sumi needs another loss if Boopy wants to win. This is double elimination. This is Circle of Iron. This is Rock, Paper, Scissors. This is Duel Series. And this is the 5th gaming tournament we've had. This is the first Rock, Paper, Scissors tournament we have had. And this is Sumi Reko, this is Boopy, and this is high-level competitive rock, paper, scissors play you're watching live. Or in a recording in the VOD later.
So this is a, you know, absolutely incredible chain of command. Chain of success. A beautiful trail of destruction left by Boopy. Just how many wins in a row did she have? Because it was all wins all the way down.
That's a great question. Maybe our organizers, our admin, could tell us. I, unfortunately, could not tell you off the top of my head.
You should make up a number. It will be really intuitive.
I think it's easily a 9. 9 matches. That's how many it's been.
Beautiful. And I think Sumi. I don't think Sumi.
You know what, Sumi?
I don't think him at all.
I think Sumi. I think Sumi, I think Boopy, I think every competitor who showed up today, you are the ones who make Duel Series what it is. You are the ones who make Duel Series special. You are the reason why we are here today to commentate and show respect.
Alright, do not give credit to... Still give that much credit to include Sumi. That's a huge stretch.
For those just tuning in, for those who have been here, know that Sumi and this commentator, Forsnail here, are actually best buddies and do not have a blood feud.
We have a serious blood feud about the ancient family, the Mandate of Heaven, and the raids against the Dark Forces.
Boopy has taken an immediate point off Sumi Reko. This is not going to be the same match we just saw.
This is pure vengeance. This Boopy has learned.
This is vengeance, and frankly, I've got a shiver down my spine. I don't
Sumi-
think Boopy is ready. I don't think Boopy is prepared to let a single point slide by after getting this far. I think she's ready to take Sumi's skull, but Sumi's not ready to give it. This
you know,
is intense.
Sumi has a lot of advantage here. You're rolling off of a win. You've got that pressure. You know, you've got that a little bit of a shake in confidence from having a win against your opponent there. But there's also the fact that Sumi switched over to the left side of the screen, might have the left side advantage.
Yeah.
We've also got Sumi's family watching. They're cheering Sumi on. That might be a deciding factor.
I'm thinking a tie.
Ooh,
A rock to rock, the fist bump clash. The reads going on. The reads are on another level. Frankly, I understand now that there were no other options. There were no other possibilities, but for these two competitors to stand or sit or kneel or lay or do whatever they're doing right now at their devices right here
No mercy
on the internet and play the way they're playing right now. Match
Enough
after
mercy.
match,
Destroy.
and the scissors.
Ooh. They're trying to get
diamond.
violent.
The clap.
They're trying to get violent here. This is getting a little intense.
RPS goes hard. For those just tuning in, RPS is slang. It means rock, paper, scissors.
Yes.
Yes.
If you're just
For
not
those
tuning
just
in,
tuning in, chimpanzees in Japan know how to play rock, paper, scissors.
For
For
those
those
just
just tuning in,
chimpanzees have no karma.
chimpanzees don't believe in God.
They have
For
no
those
karma.
just tuning in, play Card Jitsu, minigame, and Club Penguin. It's rock, paper, scissors with the three elements of fire, water, and snow. Fire beats snow like rock beats scissors. Snow beats water like scissors beats paper.
This is gonna
Water
confuse.
beats fire like paper beats rock.
This
Club
will
Penguin.
confuse people's Pokemon skills. We've all played Pokemon. This might confuse that a bit.
Right. We've all played the 3DS remake. Oh, and a point for Sumi. Paper on rock,
Ooh.
smothering the stone with the rock. Papyrus beat down.
This
1-1. Grand.
This is why
finals.
you cannot give Sumi an inch. Sumi will take a mile. Sumi getting a little overconfident, forgetting that Boopy has been completely undefeated up until this match. I'm wondering, is Sumi gonna try something tricky, or is Sumi gonna try to stay alive? This is it. Oop. Oh, wow. This is interesting. It's a little shift in Sumi's play, getting that pressure built up.
This is serious. This next hand could make or break it. Sumi at 2 points, Boopy with 1, Boopy down a point. Sumi could clinch victory and take the title with 1 more point. Boopy needing the comeback, but we have seen it. We've seen numerous contenders come back after being down. We don't know who's going to take it. We can only imagine, and we're not going to need to keep imagining because it's here now. And it's another clash. Scissors, scissors.
Incredible.
Forming the diamond with the fingers.
Dude, they are out for blood. They want each other dead. This is crazy.
Names are being taken right now. History books are being written.
We're getting more Scissors hate in the chat. Scissors meta hate. Listen, the game needs it all. We've all played this before. We all know it takes a bit of everything. There's gonna come a day where you'll wish you'll had a pair of scissors.
And really, it's just a matter of ignorance coming from our chat right now. The scissors meta, unplayable, buffed for no reason. That was patch 1.3.2. We are on patch 1.5.4. It's been 2 years since the scissors buff. Rock has been buffed. Paper has been buffed. Scissors has been rebalanced. Everyone is on a level playing field. Everyone has their niche. Every hand has its niche. Every hand works. Every hand is playable. And you can see that by watching the VOD when this is over and it's uploaded and you can watch all the matches, because clearly anyone saying that anything is unfair hasn't watched this tournament where every hand has gotten a victory.
And just to be frank, you know, you've had plenty of time to plan around it, even if it is unfair.
That's true too. Adapting to the meta, adapting to imbalance is part of being an adaptable player, part of being a good player. But we forgive ignorance here because ignorance is just room for growth. If you were in the chat, if you've said something wrong, if you've had your butt handed back to you, if you've been shown to everyone to be a total caveman, a troglodyte of rock, paper, scissors, do not cry, because that just means you have an opportunity to learn. And every single one of us are here because we've learned so much. Boopy, Sumi, Rock, fist bump clash, 2-1, Sumi lead, final match of the entire tournament, Grands reset, next hand. Who knows what comes next? I think.
I've got my money on Boopy.
And I've got my money on Sumi. Let's go. And Sumi takes the victory.
Absolutely
off
incredible.
Of Boopy on the Grands reset for 2 victories in a row, coming all the way back from the losers bracket to take the whole tournament. Congratulations, Sumi Reko, on first place in the first Duel Series Rock, Paper, Scissors tournament. Congratulations to Boopy for second place. Incredible play, incredible plays by everyone in the tournament. Thank you all for showing up. Thank you, Sumi. Thank you, Boopy. Thank you, Forsnail. Thank you, Smuggles. Thank you, Ron Gonzalez. Organizers, participants, everyone. Incredible. Rock, paper, scissors. Beautiful.
And I want to give one more thank you to you, Worm, but I won't because I'm evil.
And that's why Sumi killed your king and harmed your family.
We all know the story.
We all know the story. Rock, paper, scissors. Thank you, Boopy. Thank you, Sumi Reko. Incredible game. You are players that keep things moving. You are players that advance the meta unlike anyone else.
All right, let's give them all a round of applause, everybody.
Let's give them a round of applause. Beautiful. Clap.
Beautiful. Beautiful.
Clap.
All right, now that we're done, I'm gonna go and kill Sumi. I'm gonna kill Sumi.
And we're going to show the trailer for anyone who missed it. If you want to know what's coming up next to Duel Series, and you do, you want to know, you're going to stick around. You're going to watch the trailer. Did you already see it? Great. You're going to see it again. Memorize it. New trailer, new content, Duel Series, now. Participate. Participate. Participate.
You're going to say, oh, but I saw it already. I saw the trailer already. Then name the dates. Oh, you can't?
Name the dates, name the games, in the order.
You know, we're doing you a favor. We're showing you the trailer again. This is for your benefit.
Thank you, our lovely audience, for sticking by us for 4 hours, 5 minutes, and 55, 56, 57 seconds. 19 people in the audience right now. Absolutely stellar. We love the support. We love the gaming. That's what we're here for.
The Sumi Rai are celebrating their spoils.
Excellent.
Incredible.
It's time.